Hey there. Today, we're jumping into something a little different but super fascinating. The Book of Jubilees. This isn't part of the traditional Bible, but it's one of those ancient texts that gives us a fresh perspective on some of the oldest stories in history. Imagine this: a retelling of the tales from Genesis and Exodus, but with a twist. According to the story, an angel reveals it all to Moses as he's climbing Mount Sinai. So it's not just a retelling, it's more like a window into how ancient writers saw the beginnings of humanity, the flow of history, and the whole idea of divine order. The Book of Jubilees was put together way back in the 2nd century BCE. And here's where it gets interesting. It organizes time in cycles of 49 years, or jubilees. Every 49 years, it's like hitting a cosmic reset button. This is where the book gets its name. Each jubilee marks a big spiritual moment or turning point, kind of like a fresh start. It even gives exact dates for some major events, which makes it part history, part spirituality, and honestly, kind of a timeline of ancient beliefs. But what makes Jubilees stand out is the content itself. While some parts line up with stories from the Bible, there are also unique additions, gaps, and even some alternate explanations for familiar stories and laws. The book goes into detail about things like the role of angels, why certain laws matter, and the meaning of God's covenant. It's got this layer of mystery that still keeps scholars debating. And here's another twist. Jubilees didn't make it into the traditional biblical canon. Its distinctive take on divine events and historical moments has kept people intrigued for centuries. Why does it include all these specific details? Why the emphasis on visions and angelic messages? These are questions worth keeping in mind as we dive into each chapter. In this series, we'll go through Jubilees from start to finish, chapter 1, all the way through chapter 50. We'll explore every story, vision, and prophecy it has to offer. Together, we'll get a deeper sense of what these ancient tales might have meant to early believers and what they have to say about faith, law, and humanity's purpose. Chapter 1. It happened in the first year of the exodus of the children of Israel out of Egypt, in the 3rd month, on the 16th day of the month, that Elohim spoke to Moses, saying, "Come up to me on the mountain, and I will give you 2 tablets of stone of the law and the commandment which I have written, that you may teach them." Moses went up into the mountain of Elohim, and the glory of Yah rested on Mount Sinai, and a cloud overshadowed it for 6 days. He called to Moses on the 7th day out of the middle of the cloud, and the appearance of the glory of Yah was like a flame on the top of the mountain. Moses was on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights, and Elohim taught him the earlier and the later history of the division of all the days of the law and of the testimony. He said, "Open your heart to every word which I shall speak to you on this mountain, and write them in a book, in order that their generations may see how I have not forsaken them for all the evil which they have committed when they transgress the covenant which I establish between me and you for their generations this day on Mount Sinai. It will come to pass when all these things come on them, that they will recognize that I am more righteous than they in all their judgments and in all their actions, and they will recognize that I have truly been with them. Write all these words for yourself which I speak to you today, for I know their rebellion and their stubbornness, before I brought them into the land of which I swore to their fathers, to Abraham and to Isaac and to Jacob, saying, Unto your offspring will I give a land flowing with milk and honey. They will eat and be satisfied, and they will turn to strange deities, to deities that cannot deliver them from any of their tribulation. And this witness shall be heard for a witness against them. They will forget all my commandments, even all that I command them, and they will walk in the ways of the Gentiles, and after their uncleanness, and after their shame, and will serve their deities. And these will prove to them an offense and a tribulation, and in sickness, and a trap. Many will perish, and they will be taken captive, and will fall into the hands of the enemy, because they have forsaken my laws and my commandments, and the festivals of my covenant, and my Sabbaths, and my pure place which I have made pure for myself in their presence, and my tabernacle and my sanctuary, which I have made pure for myself in the midst of the land, that I should set my name on it, that it should reside there. They will make themselves high places and places of worship and graven images. Each will worship graven images of his own making. Thus they will go astray. They will sacrifice their children to demons, and to all errors their hearts can work. I will send witnesses to them that I may testify against them, but they will not hear. They will kill the witnesses. They will persecute those who seek the law, and they will abolish and change everything in the law, so as to work evil before my eyes. I will hide my face from them. I will deliver them into the hand of the Gentiles. They will be captured like prey for their eating. I will remove them from the land. I will scatter them among the Gentiles, and they will forget my law and all my commandments and all my judgments. They will go astray regarding the observance of new months and Sabbaths and festivals and jubilees and laws. After this, they will turn to me from among the Gentiles with all their heart and with all their soul and with all their strength, and I will gather them from among all the Gentiles, and they will seek me. I shall be found by them when they seek me with all their heart and with all their soul. I will allow them to see abounding peace with righteousness. I will remove them, the plant of uprightness, with all my heart and with all my soul, and they shall be for a blessing and not for a curse, and they shall be the head and not the tail. I will build my sanctuary among them, and I will dwell with them, and I will be their Elohim, and they shall be my people in truth and righteousness. I will not forsake them nor fail them, for I am Yah, their Elohim. Moses fell on his face and prayed and said, O Master my Elohim, do not forsake your people and your inheritance, so that they should wander in the error of their hearts, and do not deliver them into the hands of their enemies, the Gentiles, so that they should rule over them and cause them to sin against you. Let your mercy, O Master, be lifted up on your people, and create in them an upright spirit, and let not the spirit of Beliar rule over them to accuse them before you, and to ensnare them from all the paths of righteousness, so that they may perish from before your face. But they are your people and your inheritance, which you have delivered with your great power from the hands of the Egyptians. Create in them a clean heart and a pure spirit, and let them not be ensnared in their sins from now on until eternity. Yah said to Moses, I know their contrariness and their thoughts and their stubbornness, and they will not be obedient until they confess their own sin and the sin of their fathers. After this they will turn to me in all uprightness and with all their heart and with all their soul, and I will circumcise the foreskin of their heart and the foreskin of the heart of their offspring, and I will create in them a pure spirit, and I will cleanse them so that they shall not turn away from me from that day to eternity, and their souls will cling to me and to all my commandments, and they will fulfill my commandments, and I will be their father, and they shall be my children. They all shall be called children of the living Elohim, and every messenger and every spirit shall know, yes, they shall know that these are my children, and that I am their father in uprightness and righteousness, and that I love them. Write down for yourself all these words which I say to you on this mountain, from the first to the last, which shall come to pass in all the divisions of the days in the law and in the testimony, and in the weeks and the jubilees to eternity, until I descend and dwell with them throughout eternity. He said to the messenger of the presence of Yah, Write for Moses from the beginning of creation until my sanctuary has been built among them for all eternity. Yah will appear to the eyes of all, and all shall know that I am the Elohim of Israel and the father of all the children of Jacob, and king on Mount Zion for all eternity. And Zion and Jerusalem shall be pure. The messenger of the presence of Yah, who went before the camp of Israel, took the tables of the divisions of the years, written from the time of the creation, concerning the law and the testimony of the weeks of the Jubilees, according to the individual years, according to the numbering of all the Jubilees, from the day of the new creation, when the heavens and the earth shall be renewed, and all their creation, according to the powers of the heaven, and according to all the creation of the earth, until the sanctuary of Yah shall be made in Jerusalem on Mount Zion, and all the stars be renewed for healing, peace, and blessing for all the elect of Israel, and that this is the way it may be from that day and to all the days of the earth. Chapter 2. The messenger of the presence of Yah spoke to Moses according to the word of Yah, saying, Write the complete history of the creation, how in 6 days Yah Elohim finished all his works and all that he created, and kept Sabbath on the 7th day, and made it pure for all ages, and appointed it as a sign for all his works. For on the 1st day he created the heavens which are above, and the earth and the waters, and all the spirits which serve before him, which are the messengers of the presence of Yah, and the messengers of sanctification, and the messengers of the spirit of fire, and the messengers of the spirit of the winds, and the messengers of the spirit of the clouds, and of darkness, and of snow, and of hail, and of white frost, and the messengers of the voices, and of the thunder, and of the lightning, and the messengers of the spirits of cold, and of heat, and of winter, and of spring, and of autumn, and of summer, and of all the spirits of his creatures which are in the heavens and on the earth. He created the bottomless pit and the darkness, evening and night, and the light, dawn and day, which he has prepared in the knowledge of his heart. When we saw his works, we praised him and worshipped him because of all his works. For 7 great works he created on the 1st day. On the 2nd day he created the sky between the waters, above and below, and the waters were divided on that day. Half of them went up above the sky, and half of them went down below the sky that was in the middle over the face of the whole earth. And this was the only work Elohim created on the 2nd day. On the 3rd day he commanded the waters to pass from off the face of the whole earth into one place, and the dry land to appear. The waters did as he commanded them, and they receded from off the face of the earth into one place, and the dry land appeared. On that day he created for them all the seas according to their separate gathering places, and all the rivers, and the gatherings of the waters in the mountains, and on all the earth, and all the lakes, and all the dew of the earth, and the seed which is sown, and all sprouting things, and fruit-bearing trees, and trees of the wood, and the garden of Eden, in Eden, and throughout. These 4 great works Elohim created on the 3rd day. On the 4th day he created the sun and the moon and the stars, and set them in the sky of heaven, to give light on all the earth, and to rule over the day and the night, and divide the light from the darkness. Elohim appointed the sun to be a great sign on the earth for days and for Sabbaths and for months and for feasts and for years, and for Sabbaths of years and for jubilees and for all seasons of the years. And it divides the light from the darkness for prosperity, that all things may prosper, which sprout and grow on the earth. These 3 kinds he made on the 4th day. On the 5th day he created great sea monsters in the depths of the waters, for these were the first things of flesh that were created by his hands, the fish and everything that moves in the waters, and everything that flies, the birds and all their kind. And the sun rose above them to make them prosper. And the sun rose above everything that was on the earth, everything that sprouted out of the earth, and all fruit-bearing trees, and all flesh. He created these 3 kinds on the 5th day. On the 6th day he created all the animals of the earth, and all cattle, and everything that moves on the earth. After all this, he created mankind. He created a man and a woman, and gave him dominion over all that is on the earth, and in the seas, and over everything that flies, and over beasts, and over cattle, and over everything that moves on the earth, and over the whole earth, and over all this he gave him dominion. He created these 4 kinds on the 6th day, and there were altogether 22 kinds. He finished all his work on the 6th day. That is all that is in the heavens and on the earth, and in the seas and in the abysses, and in the light and in the darkness, and in everything. He gave us a great sign, the Sabbath day, that we should work 6 days, but keep Sabbath on the 7th day from all work. All the messengers of the presence of Yah and all the messengers of sanctification, these two great types of messengers, he is told to tell us to keep the Sabbath with him in heaven and on earth. And he said to us, "Look, I will separate to myself a people from among all the peoples, and these shall keep the Sabbath day, and I will sanctify them to myself as my people, and will bless them. As I have sanctified the Sabbath day, and do sanctify it to myself, even so will I bless them, and they shall be my people, and I will be their Elohim. I have chosen the offspring of Jacob from among all that I have seen, and have written him down as my firstborn son, and have sanctified him to myself forever and ever. And I will teach them the Sabbath day, that they may keep Sabbath on it from all work. He created in it a sign in accordance with which they should keep Sabbath with us on the seventh day, to eat and to drink, and to bless him who has created all things, as he has blessed and sanctified to himself a particular, exclusive people above all peoples, and that they should keep Sabbath together with us. He caused his commands to rise up as a sweet odour acceptable before him all the days. There were 22 heads, representatives of mankind from Adam to Jacob, and 22 kinds of work, creation, were made until the seventh day. This is blessed and pure, and the former also is blessed and pure, and this one serves with that one for sanctification and blessing. Jacob and his offspring were granted that they should always be the blessed and pure ones of the first testimony and law, even as he had sanctified and blessed the Sabbath day on the seventh day. He created heaven and earth and everything that he created in 6 days, and Elohim made the seventh day pure for all his works. Therefore he commanded on its behalf that whoever does any work on it shall die, and that he who defiles it shall surely die. Because of this, command the children of Israel to observe this day, that they may keep it pure, and not do on it any work, and not to defile it, as it is purer than all other days. And whoever profanes it shall surely die, and whoever does any work on it shall surely die the second death, that the children of Israel may observe this day throughout their generations, and not be rooted out of the land, for it is a pure day and a blessed day. Everyone who observes it and keeps Sabbath on it from all his work will be pure and blessed throughout all days, as we are blessed. Declare and say to the children of Israel the law of this day, that they should keep Sabbath on it, and that they should not forsake it in the error of their hearts, and that it is not lawful to do any work on it which is not suitable, to do their own pleasure on it, and that they should not prepare anything to be eaten or drunk on it, and that it is not lawful to draw water, or bring in or take out through their gates any burden which they had not prepared for themselves on the 6th day in their dwellings. They shall not bring or take anything from house to house on that day, for that day is more pure and blessed than any Jubilee day of the Jubilees. On this we kept Sabbath in the heavens before it was made known to any flesh to keep Sabbath on the earth. The Creator of all things blessed it, but he did not sanctify all peoples and nations to keep Sabbath, but Israel alone, them alone he permitted to eat and drink and to keep Sabbath on the earth. And the Creator of all things blessed this day which he had created for blessing and purity and glory above all days. This law and testimony was given to the children of Israel as a law forever to their generations. Chapter 3. On the 6th day of the 2nd week, according to the word of Elohim, we brought to Adam all the beasts and all the cattle and all the birds and everything that moves on the earth and everything that moves in the water, according to their kinds and according to their types, the beasts on the 1st day, the cattle on the 2nd day, the birds on the 3rd day, and all that moves on the earth on the 4th day, and that moves in the water on the 5th day. And Adam named them all by their respective names. As he called them, so was their name. On these 5 days Adam saw all these, male and female, according to every kind that was on the earth, but he was alone and found no helpmate. Yah said to us, "It is not good that the man should be alone. Let us make a helpmate for him." And Yah our Elohim caused a deep sleep to fall on him, and he slept. And he took from Adam a rib from among his ribs for the woman, and this rib was the origin of the woman. And he built up the flesh in its place, and built the woman. He awakened Adam out of his sleep, and on awakening he rose on the 6th day, and he brought her to him, and he knew her, and said to her, "This is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called my wife, because she was taken from her husband. Therefore shall man and wife become one. And therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and cling to his wife, and they shall be one flesh." In the first week Adam was created, and from his rib, his wife. In the second week Elohim showed her to him, and for this reason the commandment was given to keep in their defilement. A male should be purified in 7 days, and for a female twice 7 days. After Adam had completed 40 days in the land where he had been created, we brought him into the Garden of Eden to till and keep it. But his wife we brought in on the 80th day, and after this she entered into the Garden of Eden. And for this reason the commandment is written on the heavenly tablets in regard to her that gives birth. If she bears a male, she shall remain unclean for 7 days, according to the first week of days. And 33 days shall she remain in the blood of her purifying. And she shall not touch any pure thing, nor enter into the sanctuary, until she completes these days which are decreed in the case of a male child. But in the case of a female child, she shall remain unclean 2 weeks of days, according to the first 2 weeks, and 66 days in the blood of her purification. And they will be in all 80 days. When she had completed these 80 days, we brought her into the Garden of Eden, for it is holier than all the earth besides, and every tree that is planted in it is pure. Therefore, there was ordained regarding her who bears a male or a female child the statute of those days that she should touch no pure thing, nor enter into the sanctuary until these days for the male or female child are completed. This is the law and testimony that was written down for Israel, in order that they should observe it all the days. In the first week of the first Jubilee, Adam and his wife were in the Garden of Eden for 7 years tilling and keeping it, and we gave him work, and we instructed him to do everything that is suitable for tillage. And he tilled the garden, and was naked, and did not realize it, and was not ashamed. He protected the garden from the birds, and beasts, and cattle. He gathered its fruit, and ate, and put aside that which was left over for himself and for his wife. After the completion of exactly 7 years there, and in the 2nd month, on the 17th day of the month, the serpent came and approached the woman. And the serpent said to the woman, "Has Elohim commanded you, saying, 'You shall not eat of every tree of the garden'?" She said to it, "Elohim said to us, 'Of all the fruit of the trees of the garden, eat. But of the fruit of the tree which is in the middle of the garden, Elohim said to us, You shall not eat of it, neither shall you touch it, or you shall die.' The serpent said to the woman, 'You shall not surely die. Elohim does know that on the day you shall eat of it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be as Elohim, and you will know good and evil.' And the woman saw the tree, that it was beautiful and pleasant to the eye, and that its fruit was good for food, and she took of it and ate. First, she covered her shame with fig leaves, and then she gave the fruit to Adam, and he ate. And his eyes were opened, and he saw that he was naked. He took fig leaves and sewed them together, and made an apron for himself, and covered his shame. Elohim cursed the serpent, and was very angry at it forever. And he was very angry with the woman, because she listened to the voice of the serpent, and ate. And he said to her, 'I will vastly multiply your sorrow and your pains. In sorrow you will bring forth children, and your master shall be your husband, and he will rule over you.' To Adam also he said, 'Because you have listened to the voice of your wife, and have eaten of the tree of which I commanded you not to eat, cursed be the ground for your sake. Thorns and thistles shall it produce for you, and you will eat your bread in the sweat of your face, until you return to the earth from where you were taken. For earth you are, and to earth will you return.' And he made for them coats of skin, and clothed them, and sent them out from the Garden of Eden. On that day on which Adam went out from the garden, he offered as a sweet odour an offering, frankincense, incense, and sweet spice, and spices in the morning, with the rising of the sun from the day when he covered his shame. On that day was closed the mouth of all beasts, and of cattle, and of birds, and of whatever walks, and of whatever moves, so that they could no longer speak, for they had all spoken, one with another, with one dialect, and with one language, all flesh that was in the Garden of Eden. He sent out of the Garden of Eden, and all flesh was scattered according to its kinds, and according to its types to the places that had been created for them. Of all the beasts and cattle, only to Adam alone he gave the ability to cover his shame. Because of this, it is prescribed on the heavenly tablets, as touching all those who know the judgment of the law, that they should cover their shame, and should not uncover themselves, as the Gentiles uncover themselves. On the 4th new month, Adam and his wife went out from the Garden of Eden, and they dwelt in the land of Elder, in the land of their creation. And Adam called the name of his wife Eve, and they had no son until the 1st Jubilee, and after this he knew her. Now he tilled the land, as he had been instructed in the Garden of Eden. Chapter 4. In the 3rd week in the 2nd Jubilee she gave birth to Cain, and in the 4th week of the Jubilee she gave birth to Abel, and in the 5th week of the Jubilee she gave birth to her daughter Awan. A week is 7 years. In the 1st year of the 3rd Jubilee, Cain killed Abel because Elohim accepted the sacrifice of Abel and did not accept the offering of Cain. And he killed him in the field, and his blood cried from the ground to heaven, complaining because he had killed him. Yah blamed Cain because he had killed Abel, and he made him a fugitive on the earth because of the blood of his brother, and he cursed him on the earth. Because of this, it is written on the heavenly tablets, "Cursed is he who kills his neighbor treacherously," and let all who have seen and heard say, "So be it." And the man who has seen and not reported it, let him be accursed as the one committing it. For this reason we announce when we come before Yah our Elohim all the sin that is committed in heaven and on earth, and in light and in darkness, and everywhere. And Adam and his wife mourned for Abel 4 weeks of years, and in the 4th year of the 5th week they became joyful. And Adam knew his wife again, and she gave birth to a son, and he called his name Seth, for he said, "Elohim has raised up a second offspring to us on the earth, instead of Abel, for Cain killed him." In the 6th week he begat his daughter Azurah, and Cain took Awan his sister to be his wife, and she gave birth to Enoch at the close of the 4th Jubilee. In the 1st year of the 1st week of the 5th Jubilee, houses were built on the earth, and Cain built a city, and called its name after the name of his son Enoch. Adam knew Eve his wife, and she gave birth to a total of 9 sons. In the 5th week of the 5th Jubilee, Seth took Azurah his sister to be his wife, and in the 4th year of the 6th week she gave birth to Enos. He began to call on the name of Yah on the earth. In the 7th Jubilee in the 3rd week, Enos took Noam his sister to be his wife, and she gave birth to a son in the 3rd year of the 5th week, and he called his name Kenan. At the close of the 8th Jubilee, Kenan took Mualaleth his sister to be his wife, and she gave birth to a son in the 9th Jubilee, in the 1st week in the 3rd year of this week, and he called his name Mahalalel. In the 2nd week of the 10th Jubilee, Mahalalel took to him to wife Dina, the daughter of Barachiel, the daughter of his father's brother, and she gave birth to a son in the 3rd week in the 6th year, and he called his name Jared, for in his days the messengers of Yah descended on the earth, those who are named the Watchers, that they should instruct the children of men, and that they should do judgment and uprightness on the earth. In the 11th Jubilee, Jared took to himself a wife, and her name was Barakah, the daughter of Rasujal, a daughter of his father's brother, in the 4th week of this Jubilee. And she gave birth to a son in the 5th week, in the 4th year of the Jubilee, and he called his name Enoch. He was the first among men that are born on earth who learned writing and knowledge and wisdom, and who wrote down the signs of heaven according to the order of their months in a book, that men might know the seasons of the years according to the order of their separate months. He was the first to write a testimony, and he testified to the sons of men among the generations of the earth, and recounted the weeks of the Jubilees, and made known to them the days of the years, and set in order the months, and recounted the Sabbaths of the years as we made them, known to him. And what was, and what will be, he saw in a vision of his sleep, as it will happen to the children of men throughout their generations, until the day of judgment. He saw and understood everything, and wrote his testimony, and placed the testimony on earth for all the children of men and for their generations. In the 12th Jubilee, in the 7th week of it, he took to himself a wife, and her name was Edna, the daughter of Danel, the daughter of his father's brother. And in the 6th year in this week she gave birth to a son, and he called his name Methuselah. He was with the messengers of Elohim these 6 jubilees of years, and they showed him everything that is on earth and in the heavens, the rule of the sun, and he wrote down everything. And he testified to the watchers who had sinned with the daughters of men. For these had begun to unite themselves, so as to be defiled with the daughters of men. And Enoch testified against them all. And he was taken from among the children of men, and we conducted him into the Garden of Eden in majesty and honor. And there he wrote down the condemnation and judgment of the world, and all the wickedness of the children of men. Because of it, Elohim brought the waters of the flood on all the land of Eden. For there he was set as a sign, and that he should testify against all the children of men, that he should recount all the deeds of the generations until the day of condemnation. He burnt the incense of the sanctuary, even sweet spices acceptable before Yah on the mount. For Yah has 4 places on the earth, the Garden of Eden, and the Mount of the East, and this mountain on which you are this day, Mount Sinai, and Mount Zion, which will be sanctified in the new creation for a sanctification of the earth. Through it will the earth be sanctified from all its guilt and its uncleanness throughout the generations of the world. In the 14th Jubilee, Methuselah took to himself a wife, Edna, the daughter of Azriel, the daughter of his father's brother, in the 3rd week, in the 1st year of this week. And he begat a son, and called his name Lamech. In the 15th Jubilee in the 3rd week, Lamech took to himself a wife, and her name was Betanos, the daughter of Barachiel, the daughter of his father's brother. And in this week she gave birth to a son, and he called his name Noah, saying, This one will comfort me for my trouble and all my work, and for the ground which Yah has cursed. At the close of the 19th Jubilee, in the 7th week in the 6th year of it, Adam died, and all his sons buried him in the land of his creation, and he was the first to be buried in the earth. He lacked 70 years of 1,000 years, because 1,000 years are as one day in the testimony of the heavens. Therefore was it written concerning the tree of knowledge, On the day that you eat of it, you shall die. Because of this, he did not complete the 1,000 years, but instead he died during it. At the close of this jubilee, Cain was killed after him in the same year, because his house fell on him, and he died in the middle of his house, and he was killed by its stones. With a stone he had killed Abel, and by a stone he was killed in righteous judgment. For this reason it was ordained on the heavenly tablets, with the instrument with which a man kills his neighbor, with the same shall he be killed. In the same manner that he wounded him, in like manner shall they deal with him. In the 25th Jubilee, Noah took to himself a wife, and her name was Emzara, the daughter of Rachel, the daughter of his father's brother, in the 1st year in the 5th week, and in the 3rd year of it she gave birth to Shem. In the 5th year of it she gave birth to Ham, and in the 1st year in the 6th week she gave birth to Japheth. Chapter 5. When the children of men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born to them, and the messengers of Elohim saw them on a certain year of this jubilee, that they were beautiful, and they took themselves wives of all whom they chose, and they gave birth to their sons, and they were giants. Because of them, lawlessness increased on the earth, and all flesh corrupted its way. Men and cattle and beasts and birds and everything that walked on the earth were all corrupted in their ways and their orders, and they began to devour each other. Lawlessness increased on the earth, and the imagination and thoughts of all men were continually, totally evil. Elohim looked on the earth, and saw it was corrupt, and all flesh had corrupted its orders. and all that were on the earth had committed all manner of evil before his eyes. He said that he would destroy man and all flesh on the face of the earth that he had created. But Noah found grace before the eyes of Yah, and against the messengers whom he had sent on the earth, he had boiling anger, and he gave commandment to root them out of all their dominion, and he commanded us to bind them in the depths of the earth. And look, they are bound in the middle of the earth, and are kept separate. And against their sons went out a command from his mouth, that they should be killed with the sword, and be left under heaven. He said, My spirit shall not always abide on man, for they also are flesh, and their days shall be 120 years. He sent his sword into their presence, that each should kill his neighbor, and they began to kill each other, until they all fell by the sword, and were destroyed from the earth. And their fathers were witnesses of their destruction, and after this they were bound in the depths of the earth forever, until the day of the great condemnation, when judgment is executed on all those who have corrupted their ways and their works before Yah. He destroyed all wherever they were, and there was not one left of them whom he judged according to all their wickedness. Through his work he made a new and righteous nature, so that they should not sin in their whole nature forever, but should be all righteous, each in his own way always. The judgment of all is ordained and written on the heavenly tablets in righteousness, even the judgment of all who depart from the path that is ordained for them to walk. And if they do not walk it, judgment is written down for every creature and for every kind. There is nothing in heaven or on earth, or in light or in darkness, or in the abode of the dead, or in the depth, or in the place of darkness that is not judged. All their judgments are ordained and written and engraved. He will judge all, the great according to his greatness, and the small according to his smallness, and each according to his way. He is not one who will regard the position of any person, nor is he one who will receive gifts, if he says that he will execute judgment on each. If one gave everything that is on the earth, he will not regard the gifts or the person of any, nor accept anything at his hands, for he is a righteous judge. Of the children of Israel it has been written and ordained, if they turn to him in righteousness, he will forgive all their transgressions and pardon all their sins. It is written and ordained that he will show mercy to all who turn from all their guilt once each year. And as for all those who corrupted their ways and their thoughts before the flood, no person was acceptable to Elohim except Noah. His sons were saved in deference to him, and these Elohim kept from the waters of the flood on his account. For Noah's heart was righteous in all his ways. He upheld the laws, and did as Elohim commanded him, and he had not departed from anything that was ordained for him. Yah said that he would destroy everything on the earth, both men and cattle, and beasts, and birds of the air, and that which moves on the earth. And he commanded Noah to make an ark, so that he might save himself from the waters of the flood. And Noah made the ark in all respects as he commanded him, in the 27th Jubilee of years, in the 5th week in the 5th year, on the 1st new month. He entered in the 6th year of it, in the 2nd month, on the 2nd new month, until the 16th. And he entered, and all that we brought to him, into the ark, and Yah closed it from the outside on the 17th evening. And Yah opened 7 floodgates of heaven, and he opened the mouths of the fountains of the great deep, 7 mouths in number, and the floodgates began to pour down water from heaven 40 days and 40 nights, and the fountains of the deep also sent up waters, until the whole world was full of water. The waters increased on the earth by 15 cubits. A cubit is about 18 inches. The waters rose above all the high mountains, and the ark was lifted up from the earth. And it moved on the face of the waters, and the water covered the face of the earth for 5 months, which is 150 days. And the ark went and rested on the top of Lubar, one of the mountains of Ararat. On the 4th new month, the fountains of the great deep were closed, and the floodgates of heaven were restrained. And on the 7th new month, all the mouths of the bottomless gulfs of the earth were opened, and the water began to flow down into the deep below. On the 10th new month the tops of the mountains were seen, and on the first new month the earth became visible. The waters disappeared from the earth in the 5th week in the 7th year of it, and on the 17th day in the 2nd month the earth was dry. On the 27th of it he opened the ark and sent out beasts and cattle and birds and every moving thing. Chapter 6. On the 3rd new month he went out of the ark and built an altar on that mountain. And he made atonement for the earth, and took a kid and made atonement by its blood for all the guilt of the earth. For everything that had been on it had been destroyed, except those that were in the ark with Noah. He placed the fat of it on the altar, and he took an ox and a goat and a sheep and kids and salt and a turtle dove and the young of a dove, and placed a burnt sacrifice on the altar, and poured on it an offering mingled with oil, and sprinkled wine, and sprinkled frankincense over everything, and caused a good and pleasing odour to arise, acceptable before Yah. And Yah smelled the good and pleasing odour. And he made a covenant with Noah that there should not be any more floods to destroy the earth, that all the days of the earth seed time and harvest should never cease. Cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night should not change their order, nor cease forever. Increase and multiply on the earth, and become many, and be a blessing on it. I will inspire the fear of you and the dread of you in everything that is on earth and in the sea. Look, I have given you all beasts and all winged things, and everything that moves on the earth, and the fish in the waters, and all things for food. As the green herbs, I have given you all things to eat. But you shall not eat anything live or with blood in it, for the life of all flesh is in the blood, or your blood of your lives will be required. At the hand of every man, at the hand of every beast, will I require the blood of man. Whoever sheds man's blood by man, shall his blood be shed, for in the image of Elohim he made man. Increase and multiply on the earth. 10 Noah and his sons swore that they would not eat any blood that was in any flesh, and he made a covenant before Yah Elohim forever throughout all the generations of the earth in this month. Because of this he spoke to you that you should make a covenant with the children of Israel with an oath. In this month, on the mountain, you should sprinkle blood on them because of all the words of the covenant, which Yah made with them forever. This testimony is written concerning you, that you should observe it continually, so that you should not eat on any day any blood of beasts or birds or cattle during all the days of the earth, and the man who eats the blood of beast or of cattle or of birds during all the days of the earth, he and his offspring shall be rooted out of the land. And you will command the children of Israel to eat no blood, so that their names and their offspring may be before Yah our Elohim continually. There is no limit of days for this law, it is forever. They shall observe it throughout their generations, so that they may continue supplicating on your behalf with blood before the altar. Every day, and at the time of morning and evening, they shall seek forgiveness on your behalf perpetually before Yah, that they may keep it and not be rooted out. And he gave to Noah and his sons a sign that there should not again be a flood on the earth. He set his bow, a rainbow, in the cloud as a sign of the eternal covenant, that there should never again be a flood on the earth to destroy it for all the days of the earth. For this reason it is ordained and written on the heavenly tablets, that they should celebrate the Feast of Weeks in this month once a year, to renew the covenant every year. This whole festival was celebrated in heaven, from the day of creation until the days of Noah, which were 26 jubilees and 5 weeks of years. Noah and his sons observed it for 7 jubilees and 1 week of years, until the day of Noah's death. From the day of Noah's death, his sons did away with it until the days of Abraham, and they ate blood. But Abraham observed it, and Isaac and Jacob and his children observed it up to your days. And in your days, the children of Israel forgot it, until you celebrated it anew on this mountain. Command the children of Israel to observe this festival in all their generations for a commandment to them. 1 day in the year in this month they shall celebrate the festival, for it is the Feast of Weeks and the Feast of First Fruits. This feast is twofold and of a double nature, according to what is written and engraved concerning it. Celebrate it, For I have written in the book of the first law, in that which I have written for you, that you should celebrate it in its season, 1 day in the year. And I explain to you its sacrifices, that the children of Israel should remember and should celebrate it throughout their generations in this month, the same day in every year, in the first new month, and in the 4th new month, and in the 7th new month, and in the 10th new month are the days of remembrance, and the days of the seasons in the 4 divisions of the year. These are written and ordained as a testimony forever. Noah ordained them for himself as feasts for the generations forever, so that they have become a memorial to him. On the 1st new month he was told to make for himself an ark, and on that day the earth was dry, and he saw from the opened ark the earth. On the 4th new month, the mouths of the depths of the bottomless pit beneath were closed. On the 7th new month, all the mouths of the abysses of the earth were opened, and the waters began to descend into them. On the 10th new month, the tops of the mountains were seen, and Noah was glad. Because of this he ordained them for himself, as feasts for a memorial forever, and thus are they ordained. And they placed them on the heavenly tablets, each had 13 weeks, from one to another past their memorial, from the 1st to the 2nd, and from the 2nd to the 3rd, and from the 3rd to the 4th. All the days of the commandment will be 52 weeks of days, and these will make the entire year complete. Thus it is engraved and ordained on the heavenly tablets. And there is no neglecting this commandment for a single year or from year to year. Command you the children of Israel that they observe the years according to this counting, 364 days, and these will constitute a complete year, and they will not disturb its time from its days and from its feasts. For everything will fall out in them according to their testimony, and they will not leave out any day, nor disturb any feasts. But if they neglect and do not observe them according to his commandment, then they will disturb all their seasons, and the years will be dislodged from this order, and they will neglect their established rules. And all the children of Israel will forget and will not find the path of the years, and will forget the new months and seasons and Sabbaths, and they will wrongly determine all the order of the years. For I know, and from now on will I declare it to you, and it is not of my own devising, for the book lies written in the presence of me, and on the heavenly tablets the division of days is ordained, or they forget the feasts of the covenant, and walk according to the feasts of the Gentiles, after their error and after their ignorance. For there will be those who will assuredly make observations of the moon, and how it disturbs the seasons, and comes in from year to year, 10 days too soon. For this reason the years will come upon them when they disturb, misinterpret, the order, and make an abominable day the day of testimony, and an unclean day a feast day, and they will confound all the days, the pure with the unclean, and the unclean day with the pure. For they will go wrong as to the months and Sabbaths and feasts and jubilees. For this reason I command and testify to you, that you may testify to them. For after your death your children will disturb them, so that they will not make the year 364 days only. And for this reason they will go wrong as to the new months and seasons and Sabbaths and festivals. And they will eat all kinds of blood with all kinds of flesh. Chapter 7. In the 7th week in the 1st year of it, in this Jubilee, Noah planted vines on the mountain on which the ark had rested, named Lubar, one of the Ararat mountains, and they produced fruit in the 4th year, and he guarded their fruit, and gathered it in that year in the 7th month. He made wine from it, and put it into a vessel, and kept it until the 5th year, until the 1st day, on the 1st new month. And he celebrated with joy the day of this feast, and he made a burnt sacrifice to Yah, 1 young ox and 1 ram, and 7 sheep, each a year old, and a kid of the goats, that he might make atonement thereby for himself and his sons. He prepared the kid first, and placed some of its blood on the flesh that was on the altar that he had made, and all the fat he laid on the altar where he made the burnt sacrifice, and the ox, and the ram, and the sheep, and he laid all their flesh on the altar. He placed all their offerings mingled with oil on it, and afterwards he sprinkled wine on the fire which had previously been made on the altar, and he placed incense on the altar and caused a sweet odour to rise up which was acceptable before Yah, his Elohim. And he rejoiced, and he and his children drank the wine with joy. It was evening, and he went into his tent, and being drunk he lay down and slept, and was uncovered in his tent as he slept. And Ham saw Noah, his father, naked, and went out and told his 2 brothers, ridiculed his father to his 2 brothers, who were outside. Shem took his garment and arose, he and Japheth, and they placed the garment on their shoulders, and went backward, and covered the shame of their father, and their faces were backward. Noah awoke from his sleep, and knew all that his younger son had done to him, and he cursed his son, and said, Cursed be Canaan, an enslaved servant shall he be to his brothers. And he blessed Shem, and said, Blessed be Yah Elohim of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. Elohim shall enlarge Japheth, and Elohim shall dwell in the dwelling of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. Ham knew that his father had cursed his younger son, and he was displeased that he had cursed him, his son. And Ham parted from his father, he and his sons with him, Cush and Mizraim and Put and Canaan. And he built for himself a city, and called its name after the name of his wife, Ne'elatama'uk. Japheth saw it, and became envious of his brother, and he too built for himself a city, and he called its name after the name of his wife Adatanasis. Shem dwelt with his father Noah, and he built a city close to his father on the mountain, and he too called its name after the name of his wife Sedekatelebab. These 3 cities are near Mount Lubar, Sedekatelebab in front of the mountain on its east, and Naeltama'ok on the south, Adatanasis towards the west. These are the sons of Shem, Elam, and Asher, and Arpachshad, who was born 2 years after the flood, and Lud, and Aram. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, and Meshech, and Tiras. These are the descendants of Noah. In the 28th Jubilee, Noah began to direct his sons in the ordinances and commandments, and all the judgments that he knew, and he exhorted his sons to observe righteousness, and to cover the shame of their flesh, and to bless their Creator, and honor father and mother, and love their neighbor, and guard their souls from fornication and uncleanness, and all iniquity. Because of these 3 things came the flood on the earth, namely, the fornication that the watchers committed against the law of their ordinances when they went whoring after the daughters of men, and took themselves wives of all they chose, and they made the beginning of uncleanness. And they begat sons, the Nephilim, Naphidim. And they were all dissimilar, and they devoured one another, and the giants killed the Nephil, and the Nephil killed the Eljo, and the Eljo killed mankind, and man killed one another. Everyone committed himself to crime and injustice, and to shed much blood, and the earth was filled with sin. After this they sinned against the beasts and birds, and all that moved and walked on the earth, and much blood was shed on the earth, and men continually desired only what was useless and evil. And Yah destroyed everything from the face of the earth. Because of the wickedness of their deeds, and because of the blood they had shed over all the earth, he destroyed everything. We were left, I and you, my sons, and everything that entered with us, into the ark. And behold, I see your works before me, that you do not walk in righteousness. For in the path of destruction you have begun to walk, and you are turning one against another, and are envious one of another. And so it comes that you are not in harmony, my sons, each with his brother. For I see the demons have begun their seductions against you and against your children, and now I fear on your behalf, that after my death you will shed the blood of men on the earth, and that you too will be destroyed from the face of the earth. For whoever sheds man's blood, and whoever eats the blood of any flesh, shall all be destroyed from the earth. There shall be no man left that eats blood, or that sheds the blood of man on the earth, nor shall there be left to him any offspring or descendants living under heaven. Into the abode of the dead shall they go, and into the place of condemnation shall they descend, and into the darkness of the deep shall they all be removed by a violent death. Do not smear blood on yourself, or let it remain on you. Out of all the blood there shall be shed, and out of all the days in which you have killed any beasts or cattle, or whatever flies on the earth, you must do a good work to your souls, by covering that which has been shed on the face of the earth. You shall not be like him who eats blood, but guard yourselves that none may eat blood before you. Cover the blood, for thus have I been commanded to testify to you and your children, together with all flesh. Do not permit the soul, life, to be eaten with the flesh, that your blood, which is your life, may not be required at the hand of any flesh that sheds it on the earth. For the earth will not be clean from the blood that has been shed on it, for only through the blood of him that shed it will the earth be purified throughout all its generations. Now, my children, listen, have judgment and righteousness, that you may be planted in righteousness over the face of the whole earth, and your glory lifted up in the presence of my Elohim, who spared me from the waters of the flood. Look, you will go and build for yourselves cities, and plant in them all the plants that are on the earth, and moreover all fruit-bearing trees. For 3 years the fruit of everything that is eaten will not be gathered, and in the 4th year its fruit will be accounted pure, offered as first fruit, acceptable before the Most High Elohim, who created heaven and earth and all things. Let them offer in abundance the first of the wine and oil as first fruits on the altar of Yah, who receives it, and what is left, let the servants of the house of Yah be eaten before the altar which receives it. In the 5th year make the release, so that you release it in righteousness and uprightness, and you shall be righteous, and all that you plant shall prosper. For this is how Enoch did it. The father of your father commanded Methuselah, his son, and Methuselah commanded his son Lamech, and Lamech commanded me all the things that his fathers commanded him. I also will give you commandment, my sons, as Enoch commanded his son in the first Jubilees, while still living, the 7th in his generation. He commanded and testified to his son and to his son's sons until the day of his death. Chapter 8. In the 29th Jubilee, in the beginning of first week, Arpachshad took to himself a wife, and her name was Rasuajah, the daughter of Susan, the daughter of Elam, and she gave birth to a son in the 3rd year in this week, and he called his name Kainam. The son grew, and his father taught him writing, and he went to seek for himself a place where he might seize a city for himself. He found writing which former generations had carved on a rock, and he read what was on it, and he transcribed it and sinned because of it, for it contained the teaching of the watchers, which they had used to observe the omens of the sun and moon and stars in all the signs of heaven. He wrote it down and said nothing of it, for he was afraid to speak to Noah about it, or he would be angry with him because of it. In the 30th Jubilee, in the 2nd week, in the 1st year of it, he took to himself a wife, and her name was Melka, the daughter of Madai, the son of Japheth. And in the 4th year he begat a son, and called his name Shelah, for he said, Truly I have been sent. Shelah grew up and took to himself a wife, and her name was Muach, the daughter of Kesed, his father's brother, in the 31st Jubilee, in the 5th week, in the 1st year of it. And she gave birth to a son in the 5th year of it, and he called his name Eber. And he took to himself a wife, and her name was Azurad, the daughter of Nebrod, in the 32nd Jubilee, in the 7th week, in the 3rd year of it. In the 6th year of it, she gave birth to a son, and he called his name Peleg. For in the days when he was born, the children of Noah began to divide the earth among themselves. For this reason, he called his name Peleg. They divided it secretly among themselves and told it to Noah. In the beginning of the 33rd Jubilee, they divided the earth into 3 parts, for Shem and Ham and Japheth, according to the inheritance of each, in the 1st year, in the 1st week, when one of us, messengers, who had been sent, was with them. He called his sons, and they drew close to him, they and their children, and he divided the earth into the lots, which his 3 sons were to take in possession. And they reached out their hands and took the writing out of the arms of Noah, their father. There came out in the writing, as Shem's lost in the middle of the earth, that he should take as an inheritance for himself and for his sons, for the generations of eternity, from the middle of the mountain range of Rapha, from the mouth of the water, from the river Dina, and his portion goes towards the west through the middle of this river, and it extends until it reaches the water of the abysses, out of which this river goes out and pours its waters into the sea Maat, and this river flows into the great sea. All that is towards the north is Japheth's, and all that is towards the south belongs to Shem, and it extends until it reaches Carasso. This is in the center of the tongue of land that looks towards the south. His portion extends along the great sea, and it extends in a straight line until it reaches the west of the tongue that looks towards the south. For this sea is named the tongue of the Egyptian sea, and it turns from here towards the south, towards the mouth of the great sea on the shore of its waters, and it extends to the west, to Afra, and it extends until it reaches the waters of the river Gihon, and to the south of the waters of Gihon, to the banks of this river. It extends towards the east until it reaches the Garden of Eden. To the south of it, and from the east of the whole land of Eden, and of the whole east, it turns to the east and proceeds until it reaches the east of the mountain named Rapha, and it descends to the bank of the mouth of the river Dina. This portion came out by lot for Shem and his sons, that they should possess it forever, to his generations forever. Noah rejoiced that this portion came out for Shem and for his sons, and he remembered all that he had spoken with his mouth in prophecy. For he had said, "Blessed be Yah Elohim of Shem, and may Yah dwell in the dwelling of Shem." He knew that the Garden of Eden is the purest place, and the dwelling of Yah, and Mount Sinai the center of the desert, and Mount Zion, which is the center of the navel of the earth. These three were created as pure places facing each other. And he blessed the Elohim of Elohim, who had put the word of Yah into his mouth. And he knew that a blessed portion and a blessing had come to Shem and his sons, and to their generations forever, which was the whole land of Eden, and the whole land of the Red Sea, and the whole land of the east and India, and on the Red Sea and the mountains of it, and all the land of Bashan, and all the land of Lebanon, and the islands of Caphtor, and all the mountains of Sanir and Amanah, and the mountains of Asher in the north, and all the land of Elam, Asher, and Babel, and Susan, and Maedai, and all the mountains of Ararat, and all the region beyond the sea, which is beyond the mountains of Asher towards the north, a blessed and spacious land, and all that is in it is very good. Ham received the second portion, beyond the Gihon towards the south to the right of the garden, and it extends towards the south, and it extends to all the mountains of fire, and it extends towards the west to the sea of Atel, and it extends towards the west until it reaches the sea of Maok, which was that sea into which everything that is not destroyed descends. It goes out towards the north to the limits of Gadir, and it goes out to the coast of the waters of the sea, to the waters of the great sea, until it draws near to the river Gihon, and goes along the river Gihon until it reaches the right of the Garden of Eden. This is the land that came out for Ham as the portion which he was to occupy forever, for himself and his sons to their generations forever. Japheth received the third portion beyond the river Dina to the north of the outflow of its waters, and it extends northeasterly to the whole region of Gog, and to all the country east of it. It extends northerly, and it extends to the mountains of Kelt towards the north, and towards the sea of Mauk, and it goes out to the east of Gadir, as far as the region of the waters of the sea. It extends until it approaches the west of Farah, and it returns towards Apharag, and it extends easterly to the waters of the sea of Me'at. It extends to the region of the river Dina in a northeasterly direction until it approaches the boundary of its waters towards the mountain Rapha, and it turns round towards the north. This is the land that came out for Japheth and his sons as the portion of his inheritance, that he should possess 5 great islands, and a great land in the north, for himself and his sons, for their generations forever. But it is cold, and the land of Ham is hot, and the land of Shem is neither hot nor cold, but it is of blended cold and heat. Chapter 9. Ham divided among his sons, and the first portion came out for Cush towards the east, and to the west of him for Mizraim, and the west of him for Put, and the west of him on the sea for Canaan. Shem also divided among his sons, and the first portion came out for Elam and his sons, to the east of the river Tigris, until it approaches the east, the whole land of India, and on the Red Sea on its coast, and the waters of Dedan, and all the mountains of Mabri and Elah, and all the land of Susan, and all that is on the side of Farnak to the Red Sea and the river Dina. Asher received the second portion, all the land of Asher and Nineveh and Shinar, and to the border of India, and it ascends and skirts the river. Arpachshad received the third portion, all the land of the region of the Chaldees to the east of the Euphrates, bordering on the Red Sea, and all the waters of the desert close to the tongue of the sea, which looks towards Egypt, all the land of Lebanon and Sania and Ammana to the border of the Euphrates. Aram received the fourth portion, all the land of Mesopotamia between the Tigris and the Euphrates, to the north of the Chaldees to the border of the mountains of Ashur and the land of Arara. Lud got the fifth portion, the mountains of Asher and all surrounding them until it reached the Great Sea, and until at the east of Asher his brother. Japheth also divided the land of his inheritance among his sons. The first portion came out for Gomer to the east from the north side to the river Dina, and in the north there came out for Magog all the inner portions of the north, until it reached the sea of Maat. Madai received as his portion that he should possess from the west of his two brothers to the islands and the coasts of the islands. Javan got the fourth portion, every island and the islands that are towards the border of Lud. For Tubal there came out the fifth portion in the middle of the tongue, that approaches towards the border of the portion of Lud, to the second tongue, to the region beyond the second tongue, to the third tongue. Meshech received the sixth portion, that is the entire region beyond the third tongue, until it approaches the east of Gadir. Tiras got the seventh portion, 4 great islands in the middle of the sea, which reached to the portion of Ham. And the islands of Kamaturi came out by lot for the sons of Arpachshad as his inheritance. Thus the sons of Noah divided into their sons in the presence of Noah their father, and he bound them all by an oath and invoked a curse on everyone that sought to seize any portion which had not fallen to him by his lot. They all said, "So be it, so be it," for themselves and their sons, forever throughout their generations, until the day of judgment, on which Yah Elohim shall judge them with a sword and with fire for all the unclean wickedness of their errors that they have filled the earth with, which are transgression, uncleanness, and fornication, and sin. Chapter 10. In the third week of this Jubilee, the unclean demons began to lead astray the children of the sons of Noah, and to make them sin and to destroy them. The sons of Noah came to Noah their father, and they told him about the demons that were leading astray and blinding and slaying his sons' sons. And he prayed before Yah his Elohim, and said, "Elohim of the spirits of all flesh, who have shown mercy to me, and have spared me and my sons from the waters of the flood, and have not caused me to die as you did the sons of perdition. For your grace has been great toward me, and great has been your mercy to my soul. Let your grace be lifted on my sons, and do not let the wicked spirits rule over them, or they will destroy them from the earth. But bless me and my sons, so that we may increase and multiply and replenish the earth. You know how your watchers, the fathers of these spirits, acted in my day, and as for these spirits which are living, imprison them and hold them fast in the place of condemnation, and let them not bring destruction on the sons of your servant, my Elohim. For these are like cancer, and are created to destroy. Let them not rule over the spirits of the living, for you alone can exercise dominion over them, and let them not have power over the sons of the righteous, from now and forever. And Yah our Elohim commanded us, messengers, to bind all of them. The chief of the spirits, Mastema, came and said, Yah, Creator, let some of them remain before me, and let them listen to my voice, and do all that I shall say to them. For if some of them are not left to me, I shall not be able to execute the power of my will on the sons of men, for these are for corruption and leading astray before my judgment. For great is the wickedness of the sons of men. He said, Let 1/10 of them remain before him, and let 9/10 of them descend into the place of condemnation. He commanded one of us to teach Noah all their medicines, for he knew that they would not walk in uprightness, nor strive in righteousness. We did according to all his words. All the malignant evil ones we bound in the place of condemnation, and 1/10 part of them we left that they might be subject in the presence of Satan on the earth. We explained to Noah all the medicines of their diseases, together with their seductions, how he might heal them with herbs of the earth. Noah wrote down all things in a book as we instructed him concerning every kind of medicine. Thus the evil spirits were precluded from hurting the sons of Noah. He gave all that he had written to Shem, his eldest son, for he loved him greatly above all his sons. And Noah slept with his fathers, and was buried on Mount Lubah in the land of Ararat. 950 years he completed in his life, 19 jubilees, and 2 weeks and 5 years. In his life on earth, he was greater than all the children of men except Enoch because of his righteousness. He was perfect. Enoch's office was ordained as a testimony to the generations of the world, so that he should recount all the deeds of generation to generation until the day of judgment. In the 3rd and 30th Jubilee, in the 1st year in the 2nd week, Peleg took to himself a wife, whose name was Lomna, the daughter of Sinai, and she gave birth to a son for him in the 4th year of this week, and he called his name Reu, for he said, "Look, the children of men have become evil, because the building a city and a tower in the land of Shinar was for an evil purpose. For they departed from the land of Ararat eastward to Shinar, for in his days they built the city and the tower, saying, 'Go to, let us rise up thereby into heaven.' They began to build, and in the 4th week they made brick with fire, and the bricks served them for stone, and the clay with which they cemented them together was asphalt which comes out of the sea, and out of the fountains of water in the land of Shinar. They built it, 43 years were they building it. Its breadth was 203 bricks, and the height of a brick was the 1/3 of one. Its height amounted to 5,433 cubits and 2 palms, and the extent of one wall was 13 times 600 feet, and of the other 30 times 600 feet. And Yah our Elohim said to us, 'Look, they are one people, and they begin to do this, and now nothing will be withheld from them. Let us go down and confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech, and they may be dispersed into cities and nations, and they will not be in agreement together with one purpose until the day of judgment.' And Yah descended, and we descended with him, to see the city and the tower that the children of men had built. He confounded their language, and they no longer understood one another's speech, and they then ceased to build the city and the tower. For this reason, the whole land of Shinar is called Babel, because Yah confused all the languages of the children of men there, and from that place they were dispersed into their cities, each according to his language and his nation. Then Yah sent a mighty wind against the tower, and it fell to the earth. And behold, it was between Asher and Babylon in the land of Shinar, and they called its name Overthrow. In the 4th week of the 1st year, the beginning of it, the 4th and 30th Jubilee, were they dispersed from the land of Shinar. Ham and his sons went into the land that he was to occupy, which he acquired as his portion in the land of the south. Canaan saw the land of Lebanon to the river of Egypt was very good, and he did not go into the land of his inheritance to the west that is to the sea, and he dwelt in the land of Lebanon, eastward and westward from the border of Jordan and the border of the sea. Ham, his father, and Cush, and Mizraim, his brothers, said to him, "You have settled in a land which is not yours, and which did not fall to us by lot. Do not do so. If you do, you and your sons will be conquered in the land and be accursed through a war. By war you have settled, and by war will your children fall, and you will be rooted out forever. Do not live in the land of Shem, for to Shem and his sons did it come by their lot. Cursed are you, and cursed will you be beyond all the sons of Noah, by the curse by which we bound ourselves by an oath in the presence of the pure judge, and the presence of Noah our father." But he did not listen to them, and settled in the land of Lebanon from Hamath to the border of Egypt, he and his sons until this day. For this reason, that land is named Canaan. And Japheth and his sons went towards the sea and settled in the land of their portion. And Madai saw the land of the sea, and it did not please him. And he begged Ham and Asher and Arpachshad, his wife's brother, for a portion. And he dwelt in the land of Media, near to his wife's brother, until this day. He called his and his son's dwelling place Media, after the name of their father Madai. Chapter 11. In the 35th Jubilee, in the 3rd week, in the 1st year of it, Ru took to himself a wife, and her name was Orah, the daughter of the son of Kesed, and she gave birth to a son, and he called his name Sero, in the 7th year of this week, in this Jubilee. The sons of Noah began to war with each other, to take captives and kill each other, and to shed the blood of men on the earth, and to eat blood, and to build strong cities, and walls, and towers, and individuals began to exalt themselves above the nation, and to establish kingdoms, and to go to war, people against people, and nation against nation, and city against city, and all began to do evil, and to acquire arms, and to teach their sons war. And they began to capture cities, and to sell male and female slaves. The son of Kesed, built the city of Ara of the Chaldees, and named its name after his name and the name of his father. And they made themselves molten images. And they worshipped the idols, and the molten image they had made for themselves. And they began to make graven images, and unclean and shadowy presents. And malevolent and malicious spirits assisted and seduced them into committing transgression and uncleanness. Prince Mastema exerted himself to do all this, and he sent out other spirits, which were put under his control, to do all manner of wrong and sin, and all manner of transgression, to corrupt and destroy, and to shed blood on the earth. For this reason he called the name of Sero, Serug, for everyone turned to do all manner of sin and transgression. He grew up and dwelt in of the Chaldees, near to the father of his wife's mother, and he worshipped idols, and he took to himself a wife in the 36th Jubilee, in the 5th week, in the 1st year of it, and her name was Melka, the daughter of Kaba, the daughter of his father's brother. She gave birth to Nahor in the 1st year of this week, and he grew and dwelt in of the Chaldees, and his father taught him the sciences of the Chaldees to divine and conjure, according to the signs of heaven. In the 37th Jubilee in the 6th week, in the 1st year of it, he took to himself a wife, and her name was Ejaska, the daughter of Nestag of the Chaldees. And she gave birth to Terah in the 7th year of this week. Prince Mastema sent ravens and birds to devour the seed that was sown in the land, to destroy the land, and rob the children of men of their labours. Before they could plough in the seed, the ravens picked it from the surface of the ground. This is why he called his name Terah, because the ravens and the birds reduced them to destitution and devoured their seed. The years began to be barren because of the birds, and they devoured all the fruit of the trees from the trees. It was only with great effort that they could harvest a little fruit from the earth in their days. In this 39th Jubilee, in the 2nd week of the 1st year, Terah took to himself a wife, and her name was Edna, the daughter of Abram, the daughter of his father's sister. In the 7th year of this week she gave birth to a son, and he called his name Abram, by the name of the father of his mother, for he had died before his daughter had conceived a son. And the child began to understand the errors of the earth, that all went astray after graven images and after uncleanness. And his father taught him writing, and he was 2 weeks old. And he separated himself from his father, so that he might not worship idols with him. He began to pray to the Creator of all things, that he might spare him from the errors of the children of men, and that his portion should not fall into error after uncleanness and vileness. The time came for the sowing of seed in the land, and they all went out together to protect their seed against the ravens. And Abram went out with those that went, and the child was a lad of 14 years. A cloud of ravens came to devour the seed, and Abram ran to meet them before they settled on the ground, and cried to them before they settled on the ground to devour the seed, and said, "Descend not, "Return to the place from where you came." And they began to turn back. And he caused the clouds of ravens to turn back that day 70 times. And of all the ravens throughout all the land where Abram was there, settled not so much as one. All who were with him throughout the land saw him cry out, and all the ravens turned back. And his name became great in all the land of the Chaldees. There came to him this year all those that wished to sow, and he went with them until the time of sowing ceased, and they sowed their land. And that year they brought enough grain home to eat, and they were satisfied. In the first year of the 5th week, Abram taught those who made implements for oxen, the artificers in wood. And they made a vessel above the ground, facing the frame of the plough, to put the seed in it. And the seed fell from it on the share of the plough, and was hidden in the earth, and they no longer feared the ravens. After this manner, they made vessels above the ground on all the frames of the ploughs, and they sowed and tilled all the land, according to Abram commanded them, and they no longer feared the birds. Chapter 12. In the 6th week, in the 7th year of it, Abram said to Terah his father, saying, "Father." He said, "Look, here I am, my son." He said, "What help and profit have we from those idols which you worship, and in the presence of which you bow yourself? For there is no spirit in them. They are dumb forms, and they mislead the heart. Do not worship them. Worship the Elohim of heaven, who causes the rain and the dew to fall on the earth, and does everything on the earth, and has created everything by his word, and all life is from his presence. Why do you worship things that have no spirit in them? For they are the work of men's hands, and you bear them on your shoulders, and you have no help from them. But they are a great cause of shame to those who make them, and they mislead the heart of those who worship them. Do not worship them." His father said to him, "I also know it, my son. But what shall I do with the people who have made me serve them? If I tell them the truth, they will kill me, because their soul clings to them, so they worship them and honor them. Keep silent, my son, or they will kill you." And these words he spoke to his 2 brothers, and they were angry with him, and he kept silent. In the 40th Jubilee, in the 2nd week, in the 7th year of it, Abram took to himself a wife, and her name was Sarai, the daughter of his father, and she became his wife. Haran, his brother, took to himself a wife in the 3rd year of the 3rd week, and she gave birth to a son in the 7th year of this week, and he called his name Lot. Nahor, his brother, took to himself a wife. In the 60th year of the life of Abram, that is, in the 4th week, in the 4th year of it, Abram arose in the night and burned the house of the idols. And he burned all that was in the house, and no man knew it. And they arose and sought to save their deities from the fire. Haran hastened to save them, but the fire flamed over him, and he was burnt in the fire, and he died in Ur of the Chaldees before Terah, his father, and they buried him in Ur of the Chaldees. Terah went out from Ur of the Chaldees, he and his sons, to go into the land of Lebanon, and into the land of Canaan, and he dwelt in the land of Haran. And Abram dwelt with Terah his father, in Haran 2 weeks of years. In the 6th week, in the 5th year of it, Abram sat up all night on the 7th new month, to observe the stars from the evening to the morning, in order to see what would be the character of the year with regard to the rains. And he was alone as he sat and observed. And a word came into his heart, and he said, "All the signs of the stars and the signs of the moon and of the sun are all in the hand of Yah. Why do I search them out? If he desires, he causes it to rain, morning and evening, and if he desires, he withholds it, and all things are in his hand." He prayed in the night and said, "My Elohim, Elohim Most High, you alone are my Elohim, and you and your dominion have I chosen. And you have created all things, and all things that are the work of your hands. Deliver me from the hands of evil spirits who have dominion over the thoughts of men's hearts. And let them not lead me astray from you, my Elohim. And establish me and my offspring forever, so that we do not go astray from now and forever." He said, "Shall I return to Ur of the Chaldees who are trying to find me? Should I return to them? Am I to remain here in this place? The right path is before you. make it prosper in the hands of your servant, that he may fulfill it, and that I may not walk in the deceitfulness of my heart, O my Elohim." He stopped speaking and stopped praying, and then the word of Yah was sent to him through me, saying, "Get out of your country, and from your kindred, and from the house of your father, and go to a land which I will show you. And I shall make you a great and numerous nation, and I will bless you, and I will make your name great, and you will be blessed in the earth, and in you shall all families of the earth be blessed, and I will bless them that bless you, and curse them that curse you. I will be an Elohim to you and your son, and to your son's son, and to all your offspring, fear not, from now on, and to all generations of the earth I am your Elohim." Yah Elohim said, "Open his mouth and his ears, that he may hear and speak with his mouth, with the language which has been revealed. For it had ceased from the mouths of all the children of men from the day of the overthrow of Babel. And I opened his mouth and his ears and his lips, and I began to speak with him in Hebrew in the tongue of the creation. He took the books of his fathers, and these were written in Hebrew, and he transcribed them, and he began from then on to study them. And I made known to him that which he could not understand, and he studied them during the 6 rainy months. In the 7th year of the 6th week, he spoke to his father and informed him that he would leave Haran to go into the land of Canaan to see it and return to him. Terah, his father, said to him, "Go in peace. May the eternal Elohim make your path straight, and Yah be with you and protect you from all evil, and grant to you grace, mercy, and favor before those who see you. And may none of the children of men have power over you to harm you. Go in peace. If you see a land pleasant to your eyes to dwell in, then arise and take me with you, and take Lot with you, the son of Haran, your brother as your son. Yah be with you. Nahor your brother, leave with me until you return in peace, and we go with you all together." Chapter 13. Abram journeyed from Haran, and he took Sarai, his wife, and Lot, his brother Haran's son, and they went to the land of Canaan. And he came into Asher, and proceeded to Shechem, and dwelt near a tall oak. He saw the land was very pleasant from the border of Hamath to the tall oak. Yah said to him, "To you and to your offspring I will give this land." He built an altar there, and he offered on it a burnt sacrifice to Yah, who had appeared to him. He left from that place and went to the mountain Bethel on the west and Ai on the east, and pitched his tent there. He saw the land was very wide and good, and everything grew on it: vines, figs, pomegranates, oaks and ilexes, and turpentine and oil trees, cedars and cypresses, date trees and all trees of the field, and there was water on the mountains. And he blessed Yah, who had led him out of Ur of the Chaldees, and had brought him to this land. In the 1st year, in the 7th week, on the 1st new month, he built an altar on this mountain, and called on the name of Yah, and said, "You, the eternal Elohim, are my Elohim." He offered on the altar a burnt sacrifice to Yah, that he should be with him, and not forsake him all the days of his life. He left that place and went toward the south, and he came to Hebron, and Hebron was built at that time. And he lived there 2 years, and he went from that place into the land of the south, to Beloth, and there was a famine in the land. Abram went to Egypt in the 3rd year of the week, and he dwelt in Egypt 5 years before his wife was torn away from him. Now, Tanais in Egypt was built 7 years after Hebron. When Pharaoh seized Sarai, the wife of Abram, Yah plagued Pharaoh and his house with great plagues because of Sarai, Abram's wife. Abram was celebrated and admired because of his great possessions of sheep and cattle and donkeys and horses and camels and menservants and maidservants and in silver and gold. Lot and his brother's son were also wealthy. Pharaoh gave back Sarai, the wife of Abram, and he sent him out of the land of Egypt, and he journeyed to the place where he had pitched his tent at the beginning, to the place of the altar, with Ai on the east and Bethel on the west, and he blessed Yah, his Elohim, who had brought him back in peace. On the 41st Jubilee in the 3rd year of the 1st week, he returned to this place and offered on it a burnt sacrifice, and called on the name of Yah, and said, "You, the Most High Elohim, are my Elohim forever and ever." In the 4th year of this week, Lot parted from him, and Lot lived in Sodom, and the men of Sodom sinned greatly. It grieved him in his heart that his brother's son had parted from him because Abram had no children. After Lot had parted from him, in the 4th year of this week. In that year, when Lot was taken captive, Yah said to Abram, "Lift up your eyes from the place where you are dwelling, northward and southward, and westward and eastward. All the land that you see I will give to you and to your offspring forever, and I will make your offspring as the sand of the sea. Though a man may number the dust of the earth, yet your offspring shall not be numbered. Arise, walk through the land in the length of it and the breadth of it, and see it all. To your offspring will I give it." And Abram went to Hebron and lived there. And in this year came Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Amraphel, king of Shinar, and Arioch, king of Selasar, and Turgal, king of nations, and killed the king of Gomorrah. And the king of Sodom fled, and many fell through wounds in the valley of Siddim by the salt sea. They took captive Sodom and Adam and Zeboim, and they took Lot captive, the son of Abram's brother, and all his possessions, and they went to Dan. One who had escaped came and told Abram that his brother's son had been taken captive. And Abram equipped his household servants for Abram, and for his offspring, 1/10 of the first fruits to Yah. And Yah ordained it as a law forever, that they should give it to the priests who served before him, that they should possess it forever. There is no limit of days to this law, for he has ordained it for the generations forever, that they should give to Yah the 1/10 of everything, of the seed, and of the wine, and of the oil, and of the cattle, and of the sheep. He gave it to his priests to eat and to drink with joy before him. The king of Sodom came and bowed down to him and said, "Our master Abram, give to us the souls which you have rescued, but let the booty be yours." And Abram said to him, "I lift up my hands to the Most High Elohim, that from a thread to a shoe latchet I shall not take anything that is yours, so that you could never say, 'I have made Abram rich,' except only what the young men, Aner and Eshcol and Mamre have eaten, and the portion of the men who went with me. These shall take their portion." Chapter 14. After these things, in the 4th year of this week, on the 3rd new month, the word of Yah came to Abram in a dream, saying, "Fear not, Abram, I am your defender, and your reward will be very great." He said, "Master, Master, what will you give me, seeing I go from here childless, and the son of Masech, the son of my handmaid, Eliezer of Damascus, he will be my heir, and to me you have given no offspring." He said to him, "This man will not be your heir, but one that will come out of your own bowels. He will be your heir." And he brought him out abroad, and said to him, "Look toward heaven and number the stars, if you are able to number them." He looked toward heaven, and beheld the stars. And he said to him, "So shall your offspring be." And he believed in Yah, and it was counted to him as righteousness. Elohim said to him, "I am Yah that brought you out of Ur of the Chaldees, to give you the land of the Canaanites to possess it forever, and I will be Elohim to you and to your offspring after you." He said, "Master, Master, how shall I know that I shall inherit it?" Elohim said to him, "Take me a heifer of 3 years, and a goat of 3 years, and a sheep of 3 years, and a turtle dove, and a pigeon." And he took all these in the middle of the month, and he dwelt at the oak of Mamre, which is near Hebron. He built an altar there, and sacrificed all these. He poured their blood on the altar, and divided them in half, and laid them over against each other, but the birds he did not divide. Birds came down on the pieces, and Abram drove them away, and did not permit the birds to touch them. It happened, when the sun had set, that an ecstasy fell on Abram, and such a horror of great darkness fell on him, and it was said to Abram, "Know of a surety that your offspring shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and they shall be brought into bondage and afflicted for 400 years. The nation also to whom they will be in bondage will I judge, and after that they shall come out from that place with many possessions." You will go to your fathers in peace and be buried in a good old age. But in the 4th generation they shall return here, for the iniquity of the Amorites is not yet full." And he awoke from his sleep, and he arose, and the sun had set, and there was a flame, and a furnace was smoking, and a flame of fire passed between the pieces. On that day Yah made a covenant with Abram, saying, "To your offspring will I give this land, from the river of Egypt to the great river, the river Euphrates, the Kenites, the Kenizzites, the Cadmonites, the Perizzites, and the Rephaim, the Phacharites, and the Hivites, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Girgashites, and the Jebusites." The day passed, and Abram offered the pieces, and the birds, and their fruit offerings, and their drink offerings, and the fire devoured them. On that day we made a covenant with Abram, in the same way we had covenanted with Noah in this month. And Abram renewed the festival and laws for himself forever. Abram rejoiced, and made all these things known to Sarai, his wife. He believed that he would have offspring, but she did not bear. Sarai advised her husband Abram, and said to him, "Go into Hagar, my Egyptian maid. It may be that I shall build up offspring to you by her." Abram listened to the voice of Sarai, his wife, and said to her, "Do so." And Sarai took Hagar, her maid, the Egyptian, and gave her to Abram, her husband, to be his wife. He went into her, and she conceived and gave birth to a son, and he called his name Ishmael in the 5th year of this week, and this was the 86th year in the life of Abram. Chapter 15. In the 5th year of the 4th week of this Jubilee, in the 3rd month, in the middle of the month, Abram celebrated the feast of the first fruits of the grain harvest, and he made new offerings on the altar, the first fruits of the produce to Yah, a heifer, and a goat, and a sheep on the altar, as a burnt sacrifice to Yah. Their fruit offerings and their drink offerings he offered on the altar with frankincense. Yah appeared to Abram and said to him, "I am Elohim Almighty. Examine yourself and demonstrate yourself before me, and be perfect. I will make my covenant between me and you, and I will multiply you greatly." Abram fell on his face, and Elohim talked with him and said, "My law is with you, and you will be the father of many nations. Neither shall your name any more be called Abram, but your name from now on, even forever, shall be Abraham. For I have made you the father of many nations. I will make you very great, and I will make you into nations, and kings shall come forth from you. I shall establish my covenant between me and you, and your offspring after you, throughout their generations, for an eternal covenant, so that I may be an Elohim to you, and to your offspring after you. You may possess the land where you have been a sojourner, the land of Canaan, and you will possess it forever, and I will be their Elohim." Yah said to Abraham, "Keep my covenant, you and your offspring after you, and circumcise every male among you, and circumcise your foreskins, and it shall be a token of an eternal covenant between me and you. And the 8th day you shall circumcise the child, every male throughout your generations, him that is born in the house, or whom you have bought with money from any stranger, whom you have acquired, who is not of your offspring. He that is born in your house shall surely be circumcised, and those whom you have bought with money shall be circumcised, and my covenant shall be in your flesh for an eternal ordinance. The uncircumcised male who is not circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin on the 8th day, that soul shall be cut off from his people, for he has broken my covenant." Elohim said to Abraham, "As for Sarai your wife, her name shall no more be called Sarai, but Sarah shall be her name. I will bless her and give you a son by her, and I will bless him, and he shall become a nation, and kings of nations shall proceed from him." Abraham fell on his face, rejoiced, and said in his heart, "Shall a son be born to him that is 100 years old, and shall Sarah, who is 90 years old, bring forth?" Abraham said to Elohim, "Oh, that Ishmael might live before you." Elohim said, "Yea, and Sarah also shall bear you a son, and you will call his name Isaac, and I will establish my covenant with him, an everlasting covenant, and for his offspring after him. And as for Ishmael also have I heard you. And behold, I will bless him, and make him great, and multiply him greatly. And he shall beget 12 princes, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant will I establish with Isaac, whom Sarah shall bear to you this time next year. Elohim ceased speaking with him, and Elohim went up from Abraham. Abraham did as Elohim had said to him, and he took Ishmael his son, and all that were born in his house, and whom he had bought with his money, every male in his house, and circumcised the flesh of their foreskin. On that same day Abraham was circumcised, and all the men of his house, and all those whom he had bought with money from the children of the stranger were circumcised with him. This law is for all the generations forever, and there is no variance of days, and no omission of 1 day out of the 8 days, for it is an eternal law, ordained and written on the heavenly tablets. Everyone that is born, the flesh of whose foreskin is not circumcised on the 8th day, does not belong to the children of the covenant which Yah made with Abraham, but instead they belong to the children of destruction. Nor is there any other sign on him that he is Yah's, but he is destined to be destroyed and killed from the earth, and to be rooted out of the earth, for he has broken the covenant of Yah our Elohim. All the messengers of the presence of Yah and all the messengers of sanctification have been created already circumcised from the day of their creation, and before the messengers of the presence of Yah and the messengers of sanctification he has sanctified Israel, that they should be with him and with his pure messengers. Command the children of Israel and let them observe the sign of this covenant for their generations as an eternal law, and they will not be rooted out of the land. For the command is ordained for a covenant, that they should observe it forever among all the children of Israel. For Ishmael and his sons and his brothers, and Esau, Yah did not cause them to come to him, and he did not choose them. Although they are the children of Abraham, he knew them, but he chose Israel to be his people. He sanctified them, and gathered them from among all the children of men. For there are many nations and many peoples, and all are his, and over all nations he has placed spirits in authority to lead them astray from him. But over Israel he did not appoint any messenger or spirit, for he alone is their ruler, and he will preserve them and require them at the hand of his messengers and his spirits, and the hand of all his powers, so that he may preserve them and bless them, that they may be his and he may be theirs, from now and forever. I announce to you that the children of Israel will not keep true to this law, and they will not circumcise their sons according to all this law. For in the flesh of their circumcision they will omit this circumcision of their sons, and all of the sons of Beliar will leave their sons uncircumcised as they were born. There will be great wrath from Yah against the children of Israel, because they have forsaken his covenant and turned aside from his word, and provoked Elohim, and blasphemed, because they do not observe the ordinance of this law. For they have treated their genitalia like the Gentiles, so that they may be removed and rooted out of the land. And there will no more be pardon or forgiveness to them for all the sin of this eternal error. Chapter 16. On the 4th new month we appeared to Abraham at the oak of Mamre, and we talked with him, and we announced to him that Sarah, his wife, would give him a son. And Sarah laughed, for she heard that we had spoken these words to Abraham. We warned her, and she became afraid, and denied that she had laughed because of the words. We told her the name of her son, as his name is ordained and written in the heavenly tablets, and it is Isaac. We told her that when we returned to her at a set time, she would have conceived a son. In this month Yah executed his judgments on Sodom and Gomorrah and Zeboim and all the region of the Jordan, and he burned them with fire and brimstone, and destroyed them, and they are destroyed until this day, because of all their works. They are wicked and vast sinners, and they defile themselves, and commit fornication in their flesh, and work uncleanness on the earth, as I have told you. In like manner, Elohim will execute judgment on the places where they have done similar to the uncleanness of the Sodomites, and they will suffer a judgment like that of Sodom. But for Lot, we made an exception, for Elohim remembered Abraham and sent him out from the place of the overthrow. And he and his daughters committed sin on the earth, such as had not been on the earth since the days of Adam until his time, for the man had sex with his daughters. It was commanded and engraved concerning all his offspring on the heavenly tablets to remove them and root them out, and to execute judgment on them like the judgment of Sodom, and to leave no offspring of that man on earth on the day of condemnation. In this month Abraham moved from Hebron and departed, and lived between Kadesh and Shur in the mountains of Gerar. In the middle of the 5th month he moved from that place, and lived at the well of the oath. In the middle of the 6th month Yah visited Sarah, and did to her as he had spoken, and she conceived, and she gave birth to a son in the 3rd month. In the middle of the month, at the time of which Yah had spoken to Abraham, on the festival of the first fruits of the harvest, Isaac was born. Abraham circumcised his son on the 8th day. He was the first that was circumcised, according to the covenant that is ordained forever. In the 6th year of the 4th week, we came to Abraham at the well of the oath, and we appeared to him. We returned in the 7th month, and found Sarah with child before us, and we blessed him, and we announced to him all the things that had been decreed concerning him, so that he should not die until he should beget 6 more sons, and saw them before he died. But in Isaac should his name and offspring be called, and that all the offspring of his sons should be Gentiles, and be counted with the Gentiles. But from the sons of Isaac one should become a pure offspring, and should not be counted among the Gentiles. For he should become the portion, dowry of the Most High, and all his offspring had fallen into the possession of Elohim, that they should be to Yah a people for his possession above all nations, and that they should become a kingdom and priests and a pure nation. We went our way, and we announced to Sarah all that we had told him, and they both rejoiced with very great joy. He built there an altar to Yah who had delivered him, and who was causing him to rejoice in the land of his sojourning, and he celebrated a festival of joy in this month for 7 days, near the altar which he had built at the well of the oath. He built tents for himself and for his servants on this festival, and he was the first to celebrate the Feast of Tabernacles on the earth. During these 7 days he brought a burnt offering to Yah each day to the altar, consisting of 2 oxen, 2 rams, 7 sheep, 1 male goat, for a sin offering that he might atone thereby for himself and for his offspring. As an offering of thanks, he brought 7 rams, 7 kids, 7 sheep, and 7 male goats, and their fruit offerings and their drink offerings. And he burnt all the fat of it on the altar, a chosen offering to Yah for a sweet-smelling odor. Morning and evening he burnt fragrant substances, frankincense and incense, and sweet spice, and nard, and myrrh, and spice, and aromatic plants. All these 7 he offered, crushed, mixed together in equal parts, and pure. And he celebrated this feast for 7 days, rejoicing with all his heart and with all his soul, he and all those who were in his house, and there was no stranger with him, nor any that was uncircumcised. He blessed his Creator who had created him in his generation, for he had created him according to his good pleasure. Elohim knew and perceived that from him would arise the plant of righteousness for the eternal generations, and from him a pure offspring, so that it should become like him who had made all things. He was blessed and rejoiced, and he called the name of this festival the festival of Yah, a joy acceptable to the Most High Elohim. And we blessed him forever, and all his offspring after him throughout all the generations of the earth, because he celebrated this festival in its season, according to the testimony of the heavenly tablets. For this reason it is ordained on the heavenly tablets concerning Israel, that they shall celebrate the Feast of Tabernacles 7 days with joy in the 7th month, acceptable before Yah as a statute forever throughout their generations every year. To this there is no limit of days, for it is ordained forever regarding Israel, that they should celebrate it and dwell in tents, and set wreaths on their heads, and take leafy boughs, and willows from the brook. Abraham took branches of palm trees and the fruit of good and pleasing trees, and every day going round the altar with the branches 7 times a day in the morning, he praised and gave thanks to his Elohim for all things in joy. Chapter 17. In the first year of the 5th week, Isaac was weaned on this Jubilee, and Abraham made a great banquet in the 3rd month, on the day his son Isaac was weaned. Ishmael, the son of Hagar, the Egyptian, was in front of Abraham, his father, in his place, and Abraham rejoiced and blessed Elohim, because he had seen his sons and had not died childless. He remembered the words which he had spoken to him on the day that Lot had departed from him, and he rejoiced because Yah had given him offspring on the earth to inherit the earth, and he blessed with all his mouth the Creator of all things. Sarah saw Ishmael playing and dancing, and Abraham rejoicing with great joy, and she became jealous of Ishmael and said to Abraham, "Throw out this bondwoman and her son. The son of this bondwoman will not be heir with my son Isaac." And the situation was troubling to Abraham, because of his maidservant and because of his son, because he did not want to drive them from him. Elohim said to Abraham, "Let it not be troubling in your sight, because of the child and because of the bondwoman. Listen to Sarah and to all her words and do them. For in Isaac shall your name and offspring be called. But as for the son of this bondwoman, I will make him a great nation, because he is of your offspring." Abraham got up early in the morning and took bread and a bottle of water and placed them on the shoulders of Hagar and the child and sent her away. And she departed and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba, and the water in the bottle was spent, and the child was thirsty and was not able to go on, and fell down. His mother took him and laid him under an olive tree, and went and sat her down away from him at the distance of a bowshot. For she said, "Let me not see the death of my child." And she sat and wept. A messenger of Elohim, one of the pure ones, said to her, "Why do you weep, Hagar? Stand, take the child, and hold him in your hand, for Elohim has heard your voice and has seen the child." She opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water, and she went and filled her bottle with water, and she gave her child a drink, and she arose and went towards the wilderness of Paran. And the child grew and became an archer, and Elohim was with him, and his mother took him as a wife from among the daughters of Egypt. She, the wife, gave birth to a son, and he called his name Nebaioth. For she said, "Yah was close to me when I called on him." In the 7th week, in the 1st year of it, in the 1st month in this Jubilee, on the 12th of this month, there were voices in heaven regarding Abraham, that he was faithful in all that he told him, and that he loved Yah, and that in every affliction he was faithful. Prince Mastema came and said before Elohim, "Look, Abraham loves Isaac his son, and he delights in him above all things. Tell him to offer him as a burnt offering on the altar, and you will see if he will do this command, and you will know if he is faithful in every way that you test him." Yah knew that Abraham was faithful throughout all his afflictions, for he had tried him through his country and with famine, and had tried him with the wealth of kings, and had tried him again through his wife, when she was torn from him, and with circumcision, and had tried him through Ishmael and Hagar, his maidservant, when he sent them away. In everything that he had tried him he was found faithful, and his soul was not impatient, and he was not slow to act, because he was faithful and a lover of Yah. Chapter 18. Elohim said to him, "Abraham, Abraham." And he said, "Look, here am I." He said, "Take your beloved son Isaac, whom you love, and go to the high country, and offer him on one of the mountains, which I will point out to you." He got up early in the morning and saddled his donkey, and took 2 young men with him, and Isaac his son, and split the wood of the burnt offering. And he went to the place on the 3rd day, and he saw the place afar off. He came to a well of water near Mount Moriah, and he said to his young men, "You stay here with the donkey, and I and the lad shall go yonder, and when we have worshipped, we shall come back to you." He took the wood of the burnt offering, and laid it on Isaac his son, and he took the fire and the knife, and they went both of them together to that place. Isaac said to his father, "Father," and he said, "Here am I, my son." He said to him, "Look, we have the fire, and the knife, and the wood, but where is the sheep for the burnt offering, father?" He said, "Elohim will provide for himself a sheep for a burnt offering, my son." And he neared the place of the mountain of Elohim. He built an altar, and he placed the wood on the altar, and bound Isaac, his son, and placed him on the wood that was on the altar, and stretched out his hand to take the knife to kill Isaac, his son. I stood in the presence of him, and before Prince Mastema, and the pure messengers stood and wept over the altar, as Prince Mastema and his messengers rejoiced and said, "Isaac will be destroyed, and we will see if Abraham is faithful." And Yah said, "Command him not to lay his hand on the lad, nor to do anything to him, for I have shown that he fears Yah." I called to him from heaven and said to him, "Abraham, Abraham." And he was terrified and said, "Here am I." I said to him, "Lay not your hand on the lad, neither do anything to him, for now I have shown that you fear Yah, and have not withheld your son, your firstborn son, from me." Prince Mastema was put to shame, and was bound by the messengers. And Abraham lifted his eyes, and looked and saw a ram caught by his horns. And Abraham went and took the ram, and offered it as a burnt offering in place of his son. Abraham called that place Yah has seen, so that it is said, Yah has seen. This is Mount Zion. Yah called Abraham by his name a second time from heaven, as he caused us to appear to speak to him in the name of Yah. He said, "By myself have I sworn," said Yah, "because you have done this thing, and have not withheld your son, your beloved son, from me, that in blessing I will bless you, and in multiplying I will multiply your offspring as the stars of heaven, and as the sand which is on the seashore. Your offspring shall inherit the cities of its enemies, and in your offspring shall all nations of the earth be blessed. Because you have obeyed my voice, and I have shown to all that you are faithful to me in all that I have said to you, go in peace." Abraham went back to his young men, and they stood and went back together to Beersheba, and Abraham lived by the well of the oath, and he celebrated this festival every year for 7 days with joy. And he called it the festival of Yah according to the 7 days during which he went and returned in peace. Accordingly, it has been ordained and written on the heavenly tablets regarding Israel and its children that they should observe this festival for 7 days with the joy of the festival. Chapter 19. In the first year of the first week in the 42nd Jubilee, Abraham returned and lived across from Hebron in Kirjath Arba for 2 weeks of years. In the first year of the third week of this Jubilee, the days of the life of Sarah were completed, and she died in Hebron. Abraham went to mourn over her and bury her, and we tested him to see if his spirit was patient, and he had neither anger nor contempt in the words of his mouth, and he was found patient in this, and was not disturbed. In patience of spirit, he discussed with the children of Heth that they should give him a place in which to bury his dead. And Yah gave him grace before all who saw him, and he asked the sons of Heth in gentleness, and they gave him the land of the double cave over beside Mamre, that is Hebron, for 400 pieces of silver. They said to him, "We shall give it to you for nothing," but he would not take it from them for nothing, for he gave the price of the place and paid the money in full. And he bowed down before them twice, and after this he buried his dead in the double cave. All the days of the life of Sarah were 127 years, that is, 2 jubilees and 4 weeks, and 1 year. These are the days of the years of the life of Sarah. This is the 10th trial with which Abraham was tested, and he was found faithful and patient in spirit. He did not say a single word regarding the rumor in the land of how Elohim had said that he would give it to him and to his offspring after him, but instead he begged for a place there to bury his dead. Because he was found faithful, it was recorded on the heavenly tablets that he was the friend of Elohim. In the 4th year of it, this Jubilee, he took a wife for his son Isaac, and her name was Rebekah, the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Nahor, the brother of Abraham, the sister of Laban, and daughter of Bethuel. And Bethuel was the son of Melchah, who was the wife of Nahor, the brother of Abraham. Abraham took to himself a third wife from among the daughters of his household servants, for Hagar had died before Sarah, and her name was Keturah. And she gave birth to 6 sons, Zimram, and Jokshan, and Medan, and Midian, and Ishbak, and Shuah, in the 2 weeks of the year. In the 6th week, in the 2nd year of it, Rebekah gave birth to 2 sons of Isaac, Jacob, and Esau. And Jacob had no beard, and was a straight and tall man who dwelt in tents. And Esau was a powerful man of the field, and was hairy. The youths grew, and Jacob learned to write, but Esau did not learn, for he was a man of the field, and a hunter. And he learned war, and all his deeds were fierce. Abraham loved Jacob, but Isaac loved Esau. And Abraham saw the deeds of Esau, and he knew that in Jacob should his name and offspring be called. He called Rebekah and gave commandment regarding Jacob, for he knew that she too loved Jacob much more than Esau. He said to her, "My daughter, watch over my son Jacob, for he shall take my place on the earth. He shall be a blessing throughout the children of men, and for the glory of all the offspring of Shem. I know that Yah will choose him to be a people, nation, and a possession to himself, above all peoples that are on the face of the earth. Isaac, my son, loves Esau more than Jacob, but I see that you truly love Jacob. Add still further to your kindness to him, and regard him in love, for he shall be a blessing to us on the earth from now on to all generations of the earth. Let your hands be strong, and let your heart rejoice in your son Jacob, for I have loved him far beyond all my sons. He shall be blessed forever, and his offspring shall fill the whole earth. If a man can number the sand of the earth, his offspring also shall be numbered. And all the blessings with which Yah has blessed me and my offspring shall belong to Jacob and his offspring always. In his offspring shall my name be blessed, and the name of my fathers, Shem, Noah, Enoch, Mahalalel, Enos, Seth, and Adam. And these shall serve to lay the foundations of heaven, and to strengthen the earth, and to renew all the stars which are in the sky. He called Jacob and kissed him in front of Rebekah, his mother, and blessed him, and said, Jacob, my beloved son, whom my soul loves, may Elohim bless you from above the sky, and may he give you all the blessings with which he blessed Adam, Enoch, Noah, and Shem. And all the things of which he told me, and all the things which he promised to give me, may he cause to be yours and your offspring forever, according to the days of heaven above the earth. And the spirits of Mastema shall not rule over you or your offspring, or turn you from Yah, who is your Elohim, from now on forever. May Yah Elohim be a father to you, and may you be like his firstborn son, and to the people always. Go in peace, my son. And they both went out together from Abraham. Rebekah loved Jacob with all her heart and with all her soul, very much more than Esau, but Isaac loved Esau much more than Jacob. Chapter 20. In the 42nd Jubilee, in the 1st year of the 7th week, Abraham called Ishmael and his 12 sons, Isaac and his 2 sons, and the 6 sons of Keturah, and their sons. And he commanded them that they should observe the way of Yah, that they should work righteousness, and love each his neighbor, and act in this manner among all men, that they should each walk about the ways of Yah, to do judgment and righteousness on the earth. He also commanded them that they should circumcise their sons according to the covenant, which Elohim had made with them, and not deviate to the right or the left of all the paths which Yah had commanded us, and that we should keep ourselves from all fornication and uncleanness. He said, If any woman or maid commits fornication among you, burn her with fire. And do not let them commit fornication with her with their eyes or their heart. And do not let them take to themselves wives from the daughters of Canaan, because the offspring of Canaan will be rooted out of the land. He told them about the judgment on the giants, and the judgment on the Sodomites, how they had been judged because of their wickedness, and had died because of their fornication and uncleanness, and corruption through fornication together. He said, Guard yourselves against all fornication and uncleanness, and all pollution of sin, or you will make our name a curse, and your whole life a shame, and all your sons to be destroyed by the sword, and you will become accursed like Sodom, and all that is left of you shall be as the sons of Gomorrah. I implore you, my sons, to love the Elohim of heaven and cling to all his commandments. Do not walk after their idols and after their ways of uncleanness, and do not make yourselves molten or graven deities. They are empty, and there is no spirit in them, for they are work of men's hands, and all who trust in them trust in nothing. Do not serve them, nor worship them, but serve the highest Elohim, and worship him continually, and hope for his presence always, and work uprightness and righteousness before him, that he may have pleasure in you, and grant you his mercy, and send rain on your morning and evening, and bless all your works which you have performed on the earth, and bless your bread and your water, and bless the fruit of your womb and the fruit of your land, and the herds of your cattle, and the flocks of your sheep. You will be a blessing on the earth, and all nations of the earth will desire you, and bless your sons in my name, that they may be blessed as I am. He gave to Ishmael and his sons, and the sons of Keturah, gifts, and sent them away from Isaac his son, and he gave everything to Isaac his son. Ishmael and his sons, and the sons of Keturah and their sons, went together and settled from Haran to the border of Babylon in all the land that is toward the east facing the desert. These mingled, intermarried with each other, and their names were called Arabs and Ishmaelites. Chapter 21. In the 6th year of the 7th week of this Jubilee, Abraham called Isaac his son, and commanded him, saying, I have become old. I do not know the day of my death, but I am full of my days. I am 175 years old, and throughout all the days of my life I have remembered Yah, and sought with all my heart to do his will, and to walk uprightly in all his ways. My soul has hated idols. I have given my heart and spirit to the observance of the will of him who created me. For he is the living Elohim, and he is pure and faithful, and he is righteous beyond all, and he is no respecter of men or of their gifts. For Elohim is righteous, and executes judgment on all those who transgress his commandments and despise his covenant. My son, observe his commandments and his law and his judgments, and do not walk after the abominations and after the graven images and after the molten images, and eat no blood at all of animals or cattle, or of any bird that flies in heaven. If you kill a sacrificial animal as an acceptable peace offering, kill it, and pour out its blood on the altar. Place all the fat of the offering on the altar, with fine flour, and the meat offering mingled with oil, with its drink offering. Place them all together on the altar of burnt offering. It is a sweet odor before Yah. You will offer the fat of the sacrifice of thanks offerings on the fire which is on the altar, and the fat which is on the belly, and all the fat on the inside, behind the 2 kidneys, and all the fat that is on them, and lobes of the liver you will remove, together with the kidneys. Offer all these for a sweet odor acceptable before Yah, with its meat offering and with its drink offering, and the bread of the offering to Yah. Eat its meat on that day and on the 2nd day, but do not let the sun go down on it until it is eaten. Let nothing be left over for the 3rd day, for it is not acceptable. Let it no longer be eaten, and all who eat of it will bring sin on themselves. For thus I have found it written in the books of my forefathers, and in the words of Enoch, and in the words of Noah. On all your offerings you will scatter salt, and do not let the salt of the covenant be lacking in all your offerings before Yah. As regards the wood of the sacrifices, beware to bring only these and no other wood to the altar. In addition to these, cypress, bay, almond, fir, pine, cedar, savin, fig, olive, myrrh, laurel, aspalathus. Of these kinds of wood lay on the altar under the sacrifice, such as have been tested as to their appearance, and do not lay on it any split or dark wood, but hard and clean, without fault, a healthy and new growth. Do not lay old wood on it, because there is no longer fragrance in it as before. Besides these kinds of wood, There is none other that you will place on the altar, for the fragrance is dispersed, and the smell of its fragrance will not go up to heaven. Observe this commandment, and do it, my son, that you may be upright in all your deeds. Be clean in your body at all times. Wash yourself with water before you approach the altar. Wash your hands and your feet before you draw near to the altar, and when you are done sacrificing, wash your hands and your feet again. Let no blood appear on you or your clothes. Be on your guard against blood, my son. Be on your guard continually and cover it with dust. Do not eat any blood, for it is the soul. Eat no blood whatsoever. Take no payment for shedding the blood of man, or it will cause it to be shed without fear of punishment, without judgment. It is the blood that is shed that causes the earth to sin, and the earth cannot be cleansed from the blood of man except by the blood of he who shed it. Take no present or gift for the blood of man, blood for blood, that you may be accepted before Yah, the Most High Elohim. He is the defense of the good, so that you may be preserved from all evil, and that he may withhold you from every kind of death. I see, my son, all the works of the children of men are sin and wickedness, and all their deeds are uncleanness and an abomination and a pollution, and there is no righteousness in them. Beware, or you will walk in their ways and tread in their paths, and commit a sin worthy of death before the Most High Elohim. He will hide his face from you, and give you back into the hands of your transgression, and root you out of the land, and your offspring likewise from under heaven, and your name and your offspring shall perish from the whole earth. Turn away from all their deeds and all their uncleanness, and observe the laws of the Most High Elohim, and do his will, and be upright in all things. If you do this, he will bless you in all your deeds, and will raise from you a plant of righteousness through all the earth, throughout all generations of the earth. And my name and your name shall not be forgotten under heaven forever. Go, my son, in peace. May the highest Elohim, my Elohim and your Elohim, strengthen you to do his will, and may he bless all your offspring and the remainder of your offspring for the generations forever, with all righteous blessings, that you may be a blessing on all the earth. And he went out from him rejoicing. Chapter 22. In the first week of the 44th Jubilee, in the second year, that is, the year in which Abraham died, Isaac and Ishmael came from the well of the oath to celebrate the Feast of Weeks, which is the feast of the first fruits of the harvest, to Abraham their father. And Abraham rejoiced because his 2 sons had come. Isaac had many possessions in Beersheba, and Isaac desired to go and see his possessions and return to his father. In those days Ishmael came to see his father, and they both came together, and Isaac offered a sacrifice for a burnt offering, and presented it on the altar of his father that he had made in Hebron. He offered a thanks offering, and made a feast of joy in the presence of Ishmael, his brother, and Rebekah made new cakes from the new grain, and gave them to Jacob, her son, to take them to Abraham, his father, from the first fruits of the land, that he might eat and bless the Creator of all things before he died. Isaac also sent Jacob to Abraham with an offering of his best for thanks, so that he might eat and drink. He ate and drank, and blessed the Most High Elohim, who has created heaven and earth, who has made all the fat things of the earth, and given them to the children of men, that they might eat and drink and bless their Creator. And now I give thanks to you, my Elohim, because you have caused me to see this day. Behold, I am 163 years old man and full of days, and all my days have been peaceful to me. The sword of the adversary has not overcome me in all that you have given me and my children all the days of my life until this day. My Elohim, may your mercy and your peace be on your servant and the offspring of his sons, that they may be to you a chosen nation and an inheritance from among all the nations of the earth from now on, to all the days of the generations of the earth, to all the ages. He called Jacob and said, My son Jacob, may the Elohim of all bless you and strengthen you to do righteousness, and his will before him, and may he choose you and your offspring, that you may become a people, for his inheritance according to his will always. My son, Jacob, drew near and kissed me. And he drew near and kissed him, and he said, Blessed be my son Jacob, and all the sons of Elohim Most High, to all the ages. May Elohim give to you an offspring of righteousness, and some of your sons may he sanctify throughout the whole earth. May nations serve you, and all the nations bow themselves before your offspring. Be strong in the presence of men, and exercise authority over all the offspring of Seth. Then your ways and the ways of your sons will be justified, so that they shall become a pure nation. May the Most High Elohim give you all the blessings with which he has blessed me, and he blessed Noah and Adam. May they rest on the sacred head of your offspring from generation to generation forever. May he cleanse you from all unrighteousness and impurity, so that you may be forgiven all the transgressions which you have committed ignorantly. May he strengthen you and bless you. May you inherit the whole earth, and may he renew his covenant with you, so that you may be to him a nation for his inheritance for all the ages, and so that he may be to you and your offspring an Elohim in truth and righteousness throughout all the days of the earth. My son Jacob, remember my words. Observe the commandments of Abraham, your father. Separate yourself from the nations, Gentiles, and do not eat with them. Do not emulate their works, and do not associate with them, because their works are unclean, and all their ways are a pollution and an abomination and uncleanness. They offer their sacrifices to the dead, and they worship evil spirits, and they eat over the graves, and all their works are empty and nothingness. They have no heart to understand, and their eyes do not see what their works are, and how they go astray by saying to a piece of wood, You are my Elohim, and to a stone, You are my master, and you are my deliverer. Because the stone and wood have no heart. And as for you, my son Jacob, may the Most High Elohim help you and the Elohim of heaven, bless you and remove you from their uncleanness and all their errors. Jacob, be warned. Do not take a wife from any offspring of the daughters of Canaan, for all his offspring are to be rooted out of the earth. Because of the transgression of Ham, Canaan erred, and all his offspring shall be destroyed from the earth, including any remnant of it, and none springing from him shall exist except on the day of judgment. And as for all the worshippers of idols and the profane, there shall be no hope for them in the land of the living, and no one on earth will remember them, for they shall descend into the abode of the dead, and they shall go into the place of condemnation. As the children of Sodom were taken away from the earth, so will all those who worship idols be taken away. Fear not, my son Jacob. Be not dismayed, son of Abraham. May the Most High Elohim preserve you from destruction, and may he deliver you from all the paths of error. This house I built for myself that I might put my name on. It is given to you and your offspring forever, and it will be named the house of Abraham. It is given to you and your offspring forever, for you will build my house and establish my name before Elohim forever. Your offspring and your name will stand throughout all generations of the earth. He ceased commanding him and blessing him. The two lay together on one bed, and Jacob slept in the embracing arms of Abraham, his father's father. He kissed him 7 times, and his affection and his heart rejoiced over him. He blessed him with all his heart and said, The Most High Elohim, the Elohim of all and creator of all, who brought me out from Ur of the Chaldees, that he might give me this land to inherit forever, that I might establish a pure offspring. Blessed be the Most High forever. And he blessed Jacob and said, May your grace and your mercy be lifted up on my son, over whom I rejoice with all my heart and my affection, and on his offspring always. Do not forsake him, nor diminish him from now to the days of eternity, and may your eyes be opened on him and on his offspring, that you may preserve him and bless him, and may sanctify him as a nation for your inheritance. Bless him with all your blessings from now to all the days of eternity, and renew your covenant and your grace with him and with his offspring, according to all your good pleasure, to all the generations of the earth. Chapter 23. He placed Jacob's 2 fingers on his eyes, and he blessed Elohim, and he covered his face and stretched out his feet, and slept the sleep of eternity, and was gathered to his fathers. In spite of all this, Jacob was lying in his embracing arms and knew not that Abraham, his father's father, was dead. Jacob awoke from his sleep and realized Abraham was cold as ice, and he said, "Father, Father," but there was no answer, and he knew that he was dead. He arose from his embracing arms and ran and told Rebekah, his mother, and Rebekah went to Isaac in the night and told him, and they went together, and Jacob with them, and a lamp was in his hand, and when they had gone in, they found Abraham lying dead. Isaac fell on the face of his father and wept and kissed him. Ishmael, his son, heard the voices in the house of Abraham, and he arose and went to Abraham his father, and wept over Abraham his father, he and all the house of Abraham, and they wept greatly. His sons, Isaac and Ishmael, buried him in the double cave, near Sarah his wife, and all the men of his house, and Isaac and Ishmael, and all their sons, and all the sons of Keturah in their places wept for him 40 days, and then the days of weeping for Abraham were ended. He lived 3 jubilees and 4 weeks of years, 175 years, and completed the days of his life, being old and full of days. For the days of the lives of their forefathers were 19 jubilees, and after the flood they began to grow less than 19 jubilees, and to decrease in jubilees, and to grow old quickly, and to be full of their days because of the many types of hardships and the wickedness of their ways, with the exception of Abraham. For Abraham was perfect in all his deeds with Yah, and well-pleasing in righteousness all the days of his life. Yet he did not complete 4 jubilees in his life, when he had grown old because of the wickedness in the world, and was full of his days. All the generations which shall arise from this time until the day of the great judgment shall grow old quickly, before they complete 2 jubilees, and their knowledge shall forsake them because of their old age, and all their knowledge shall vanish away. In those days, if a man lives a jubilee and a half of years, they shall say regarding him, "He has lived long," and the greater part of his days are pain and sorrow and hardship, and there is no peace. For calamity follows on calamity, and wound on wound, and hardship on hardship, and evil deeds on evil deeds, and illness on illness, and all judgments of destruction such as these, piled one on another, illness and overthrow, and snow and frost and ice, and fever and chills, and mental and physical incapacity, and famine and death, and sword and captivity, and all kinds of calamities and pains. All of these shall come on an evil generation, which transgresses on the earth. Their works are uncleanness and fornication, and pollution and abominations. Then they shall say, "The days of the forefathers were many, lasting 1,000 years, and were good. But the days of our lives, if a man lives a long life, are 60 years and 10, and, if he is strong, 80 years, and those evil, and there is no peace in the days of this evil generation. In that generation, the sons shall convict their fathers and their elders of sin and unrighteousness, and of the words of their mouths, and the great wickedness which they perform, and concerning their forsaking the covenant which Yah made between them and him. They should observe and do all his commandments and his ordinances and all his laws, without departing either to the right hand or the left. For all have done evil, and every mouth speaks sinfully, and all their works are unclean and an abomination, and all their ways are pollution, uncleanness, and destruction. The earth shall be destroyed because of all their works, and there shall be no fruit, seed of the vine, and no oil. For their actions are altogether faithless, and they shall all perish together, beasts and cattle and birds, and all the fish of the sea, because of the children of men. They shall quarrel with one another, the young with the old, and the old with the young, the poor with the rich, the lowly with the great, and the beggar with the prince because of the law and the covenant. For they have forgotten the commandments, and covenant, and feasts, and months, and Sabbaths, and jubilees, and all judgments. They shall use swords and war to turn them back to the way, but they shall not return until much blood has been shed on the earth, one by another. Those who have escaped shall not return from their wickedness to the way of righteousness, but they shall all raise themselves to a high status through deceit and wealth. that they may each steal all that belongs to his neighbor, and they shall name the great name of Elohim, but not in truth and not in righteousness, and they shall defile the purest place with their uncleanness and the corruption of their pollution. A great punishment shall come because of the deeds of this generation, and Yah will give them over to the sword and to judgment and to slavery and to be plundered and consumed. And he will arouse the Gentile sinners against them, who have neither mercy or compassion, and who shall respect no one, neither old nor young nor anyone, for they are more wicked, strong, and evil than all the children of men. They shall use violence against Israel, and shall violate Jacob, and much blood shall be shed on the earth, and there shall be none to gather the dead, and none to bury them. In those days they shall cry aloud, and call and pray that they may be saved from the hand of the sinners, the Gentiles. But none shall be excluded, none shall be saved. The heads of the children shall be white with grey hair, and a child of 3 weeks shall appear old like a man of 100 years, and their work and worth shall be destroyed by hardship and oppression. In those days the children shall begin to study the laws, and to seek the commandments, and to return to the path of righteousness. The days shall begin to grow many and increase among those children of men until their days draw close to 1,000 years, and to a greater number of years than before age was recorded. There shall be neither old man nor one who is aged, for all shall be as children and youths. All their days shall be full, and they shall live in peace and in joy. And there shall be neither Satan nor any evil destroyer, because all their days shall be days of blessing and healing. And at that time Yah will heal his servants, and they shall rise up and see great peace and drive out their adversaries. The righteous shall understand and be thankful and rejoice with joy forever and ever, and they shall see all their judgments and all their curses enacted on their enemies. Their bones shall rest in the earth, and their spirits shall have much joy, and they shall know that it is Yah who executes judgment, and shows mercy to hundreds and thousands, and to all that love him. Moses, write down these words, write them and record them on the heavenly tablets for a testimony for the generations forever. Chapter 24. It happened after the death of Abraham that Yah blessed Isaac his son, who arose from Hebron, and went and dwelt at the well of the vision in the 1st year of the 3rd week of this Jubilee, 7 years. In the 1st year of the 4th week, a famine began in the land, besides the first famine, which had been in the days of Abraham. Jacob made lentil soup, and Esau came from the field hungry. He said to Jacob, his brother, "Give me some of this red soup." Jacob said to him, "Sell to me your birthright, and I will give you bread, and also some of this lentil soup." And Esau said in his heart, "If I shall die, what good is my birthright to me?" He said to Jacob, "I will give it to you." And Jacob said, "Swear to me this day." And he swore to him. And Jacob gave his brother Esau bread and soup, and he ate until he was satisfied, and Esau despised his birthright. For this reason, Esau's name is Edom, red, because of the red soup that Jacob gave him for his birthright. And Jacob became the elder, and Esau was brought down from his dignity. The famine covered the land, and Isaac departed to go down into Egypt in the 2nd year of this week, and went to the king of the Philistines to Gerar, into the presence of Abimelech. Yah appeared to him and said to him, "Do not go down into Egypt. Dwell in the land that I shall tell you of, and sojourn in this land, and I will be with you and bless you. For to you and your offspring will I give all this land, and I will establish my oath which I swore to Abraham your father, and I will multiply your offspring as the stars of heaven, and will give to your offspring all this land. And in your offspring shall all the nations of the earth be blessed, because your father obeyed my voice and kept my ways and my commandments and my laws and my ordinances and my covenant. And now do as you are told and dwell in this land." And he dwelt in Gerar 3 weeks of the year. And Abimelech commanded concerning him, and concerning all that was his, saying, "Any man that shall touch him, or anything that is his, shall surely die." Isaac grew strong among the Philistines, and he got many possessions, oxen and sheep and camels and donkeys, and a great household. He sowed in the land of the Philistines, and brought in 100-fold. And Isaac became very great, and the Philistines envied him. Now all the wells that the servants of Abraham had dug during the life of Abraham, the Philistines had stopped them after the death of Abraham, and filled them with dirt. Abimelech said to Isaac, "Go from us, for you are much mightier than we." Isaac departed from that place in the first year of the 7th week, and sojourned in the valleys of Gerar. And they dug the wells of water again, which the servants of Abraham, his father, had dug, and which the Philistines had filled after the death of Abraham his father, and he called their names as Abraham his father had named them. The servants of Isaac dug a well in the valley, and found fresh flowing water. And the shepherds of Gerar bickered with the shepherds of Isaac, saying, "The water is ours." Isaac called the name of the well Perversity, because they had been perverse with us. And they dug a second well, and they fought for that also, and he called its name Enmity. He left that place, and they dug another well, and for that they did not fight, and he called the name of it Room. And Isaac said, "Now Yah has made room for us, and we have increased in the land." And he went up from that place to the well of the oath in the first year of the first week in the 44th Jubilee. Yah appeared to him in the night of the first new month, and said to him, "I am the Elohim of Abraham your father. Fear not, for I am with you, and shall bless you, and shall surely multiply your offspring as the sand of the earth, for the sake of Abraham my servant." And he built an altar there, which Abraham his father had first built, and he called on the name of Yah, and he offered sacrifice to the Elohim of Abraham his father. They dug a well, and they found fresh flowing water. The servants of Isaac dug another well and did not find water, and they went and told Isaac that they had not found water. And Isaac said, "I have sworn this day to the Philistines, and this thing has been announced to us." And he called the name of that place the Well of the Oath, because there he had sworn to Abimelech and Ahuzzath, his friend, and also to Phicol, who was the commander, and his host. Isaac knew that day that he had sworn to them under pressure to make peace with them. On that day, Isaac cursed the Philistines and said, "Cursed be the Philistines to the day of wrath and indignation from among all nations. May Elohim make them a disdain and a curse, and an object of anger and indignation in the hands of the Gentile sinners and in the hands of the Kittim. Whoever escapes the sword of the enemy and the Kittim, may the righteous nation root them out in judgment from under heaven. They shall be the enemies and foes of my children throughout their generations on the earth. No part of them will remain, not even one shall be spared on the day of the wrath of judgment. The offspring of the Philistines will experience destruction, rooting out, and expulsion from the earth, and this is all that is in store for them. There shall not be a name or an offspring left on the earth for these Caphtorim, the seat of the Philistine state. For though he rises up to heaven, he shall be brought down, and though he makes himself strong on earth, from there shall he be dragged out, and though he hides himself among the nations, even from that place shall he be rooted out. Though he descends into the abode of the dead, his condemnation shall be great, and he shall have no peace there. If he goes into captivity by the hands of those that seek his life, they shall kill him on the way to his imprisonment, and neither his name nor offspring shall be left on all the earth. Into an eternal curse shall he depart. It is written and engraved concerning him on the heavenly tablets, that on the day of judgment he will be rooted out of the earth. Chapter 25. In the second year of this week in this Jubilee, Rebekah called Jacob her son and spoke to him, saying, "My son, do not take a wife from the daughters of Canaan as Esau, your brother, who took 2 wives of the daughters of Canaan. And they have made my soul bitter with all their unclean acts, for all their actions are fornication and lust, and there is no righteousness in them, because their deeds are evil. I love you greatly, my son, and my heart and my affection bless you every hour of the day and every night. Now, my son, listen to my voice, and do the will of your mother, and do not take a wife of the daughters of this land, but only from the house of my father, and of those related to my father. If you will take you as a wife of the house of my father, the Most High Elohim will bless you, and your children shall be a righteous generation, and a pure offspring. And then spoke Jacob to Rebekah, his mother, and said to her, Look, mother, I am 9 weeks of years old, and I have neither been with, nor have I touched any woman, nor have I engaged myself to any, nor I have even thought of taking me wife of the daughters of Canaan. For I remember, mother, the words of Abraham, our father, for he commanded me not to take a wife of the daughters of Canaan, but to take me a wife from the offspring of my father's house and from my kind folks. I have heard before that daughters have been born to Laban, your brother, and I have set my heart on them to take a wife from among them. For this reason, I have guarded myself in my spirit against sinning or being corrupted in any way throughout all the days of my life. For with regard to lust and fornication, Abraham, my father, gave me many commands. Despite all that he has commanded me, these 22 years my brother has argued with me, and spoken frequently to me and said, My brother, take a wife that is a sister of my 2 wives. But I refuse to do as he has done. I swear before you, mother, that all the days of my life I will not take me as a wife from the daughters of the offspring of Canaan, and I will not act wickedly as my brother has done. Do not be afraid, mother, be assured that I shall do your will and walk upright, and not corrupt my ways forever. When she heard this, she lifted up her face to heaven, and extended the fingers of her hands, and opened her mouth, and blessed the Most High Elohim, who had created heaven and the earth, and she gave him thanks and praise. She said, Blessed be Yah Elohim, and may his pure name be blessed forever and ever. He has given me Jacob as a pure son and a pure offspring, for he is yours, and yours shall his offspring be continually, throughout all the generations, forever. Bless him, O Master, and place in my mouth the blessing of righteousness, that I may bless him. At that hour, when the spirit of righteousness descended into her mouth, she placed both her hands on the head of Jacob, and said, Blessed are you, Master of righteousness and Elohim of the ages, and may you bless him beyond all the generations of men. My son, may he give you the path of righteousness, and reveal righteousness to your offspring. May he make your sons many during your life, and may they arise according to the number of the months of the year. And may their sons become many and great beyond the stars of heaven, and may their numbers be more than the sand of the sea. May he give them this good and pleasing land, as he said he would give it to Abraham and to his offspring after him always, and may they hold it as a possession forever. My son, may I see blessed children born to you during my life, and may all your offspring be blessed and pure. And as you have refreshed your mother's spirit during her life, the womb of her that gave birth to you blesses you now. My affection and my heart bless you, and my mouth and my tongue greatly praise you. Increase and spread over the earth. May your offspring be perfect in the joy of heaven and earth forever. May your offspring rejoice, and on the great day of peace may they have peace. May your name and your offspring endure to all the ages, and may the Most High Elohim be their Elohim, and may the Elohim of righteousness dwell with them, and may his sanctuary be built by you all the ages. Blessed be he that blesses you, and all flesh that curses you falsely, may it be cursed. And she kissed him, and said to him, May Yah of the world love you as the heart of your mother, and her affection rejoice in you and bless you. And she ceased blessing. Chapter 26. In the 7th year of this week, Isaac called Esau, his elder son, and said to him, I am old, my son, and my sight is dim, and I do not know the day of my death. Now, take your hunting weapons, your quiver and your bow, and go out to the field, and hunt and catch me venison, my son, and make me flavorful meat, like my soul loves, and bring it to me that I may eat, and that my soul may bless you before I die. But Rebekah heard Isaac speaking to Esau. Esau went out early to the field to hunt and catch and bring home meat to his father. Rebekah called Jacob her son, and said to him, Look, I heard Isaac your father speak to Esau, your brother, saying, Hunt for me, and make me flavorful meat, and bring it to me so that I may eat and bless you before Yah before I die. Now, my son, do as you are told, and do as I command you. Go to your flock and fetch me 2 good kids of the goats, and I will make them good tasting meat for your father, like he loves, and you will bring it to your father, that he may eat and bless you to Yah before he dies." Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, "Mother, I shall not withhold anything which my father would eat, and which would please him, but I'm afraid that he will recognize my voice and wish to touch me. And you know that I am smooth, and Esau, my brother, is hairy. And he will see me an evildoer, because I am doing something that he has not told me to do, and he will be very angry with me, and I shall bring on myself a curse and not a blessing." Rebekah, his mother, said to him, "Your curse be on me, my son. Just do as you are told." Jacob obeyed the voice of Rebekah, his mother, and went and brought back 2 good and fat goat kids, and brought them to his mother, and his mother made them tasty meat like he loved. Rebekah took the good and pleasing clothes of Esau, her elder son, which was with her in the house, and she clothed Jacob, her younger son, with them, and she put the skins of the kids on his hands and on the exposed parts of his neck. And she gave the meat and the bread, which she had prepared, to her son Jacob. Jacob went into his father and said, "I am your son. I have done as you asked me. Arise and sit and eat of that which I have caught, father, that your soul may bless me." Isaac said to his son, "How have you found a game so quickly, my son?" Jacob said, "Because Yah, your Elohim, caused me to find." Isaac said to him, "Come closer, that I may feel you, my son, and know if you are my son Esau or not." Jacob went near to Isaac, his father, and he felt him and said, "The voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau." And he did not recognize him, because it was a decision from heaven to remove his power of perception. And Isaac discerned not, because his hands were hairy as his brother Esau's. So Isaac blessed him. He said, "Are you my son Esau?" And Jacob said, "I am your son." And Isaac said, "Bring it to me that I may eat of that which you have caught, my son, that my soul may bless you." And Jacob brought it to him, and he ate. And Jacob brought him wine, and he drank. Isaac, his father, said to him, "Come close and kiss me, my son." He came close and kissed Isaac, and he smelled the smell of his raiment, and he blessed Jacob and said, "Look, the smell of my son is as the smell of a full field, which Yah has blessed. May Yah give you of the dew of heaven, and of the dew of the earth, and plenty of corn and oil. Let nations serve you and peoples bow down to you. Be ruler over your brothers, and let your mother's sons bow down to you. And may all the blessings that Yah has blessed me and blessed Abraham, my father, be imparted to you and to your offspring forever. Cursed be he that curses you, and blessed be he that blesses you." It happened as soon as Isaac had made an end of blessing his son Jacob, that Jacob had gone away from Isaac his father and hid himself. Esau his brother came in from his hunting, and he also made flavorful meat, and brought it to his father. And Esau said to his father, "Let my father arise, and eat of my venison, that your soul may bless me." Isaac his father said to him, "Who are you?" Esau said to him, "I am your firstborn, your son Esau. I have done as you have commanded me." Isaac was very greatly surprised, and said, "Who is he that has hunted and caught and brought it to me? And I have eaten of all before you came, and have blessed him, and he shall be blessed, and all his offspring forever." It happened when Esau heard the words of his father Isaac, that he cried with a very loud and bitter cry, and said to his father, "Bless me also, father." Isaac said to him, "Your brother came with trickery, and has taken away your blessing." He said, "Now I know why his name is Jacob. Behold, he has supplanted me these 2 times. He took away my birthright, and now he has taken away my blessing." Esau said, "Have you not reserved a blessing for me, father?" Isaac answered and said to Esau, "Look, I have made him your master, and all his brothers have I given to him for servants. I have strengthened him with plenty of corn and wine and oil. Now what shall I do for you, my son?" Esau said to Isaac, his father, "Have you only one blessing, father? Please, bless me also, father." Esau lifted up his voice and wept. And Isaac answered and said to him, Far from the dew of the earth shall be your dwelling, and far from the dew of heaven from above. By your sword will you live, and you will serve your brother. It shall happen that when you become great and shake his yoke from off your neck, you will sin completely and commit a sin worthy of death, and your offspring shall be rooted out from under heaven. Esau kept threatening Jacob because of the blessing his father blessed him with, and he said in his heart, May the days of mourning for my father come now, so that I may kill my brother Jacob. Chapter 27. Rebekah was told Esau's words in a dream, and Rebekah sent for Jacob, her younger son, and said to him, Look, Esau, your brother, will take vengeance on you and kill you. Now therefore, my son, do as you are told, and get up and flee to Laban, my brother, to Haran, and stay with him a few days until your brother's anger fades away, and he removes his anger from you and forgets all that you have done. Then I will send for you to come from that place. Jacob said, I am not afraid. If he wishes to kill me, I will kill him. But she said to him, Let me not be bereft of both my sons on one day. Jacob said to Rebekah, his mother, Look, you know that my father has become old and does not see because his eyes are dull. If I leave him, he will think it is wrong. If I leave him and go away from you, my father will be angry and will curse me. I will not go. When he sends me, only then will I go. Rebekah said to Jacob, I will go in and speak to him, and he will send you away. Rebekah went in and said to Isaac, I hate my life because of the 2 daughters of Heth, whom Esau has taken as wives. If Jacob took a wife from among the daughters of the land such as these, I could not live with it, because the daughters of Canaan are evil. Isaac called Jacob and blessed him, and warned him, and said to him, Do not take you as a wife of any of the daughters of Canaan. Arise, and go to Mesopotamia, to the house of Bethuel, your mother's father, and take a wife from that place of the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. And Elohim Almighty bless you, and increase and multiply you, that you may become a company of nations, and give you the blessings of my father, Abraham, to you and to your offspring after you, that you may inherit the land that you travel in, and all the land which Elohim gave to Abraham. Go in peace, my son. Isaac sent Jacob away, and he went to Mesopotamia, to Laban, the son of Bethuel the Syrian, the brother of Rebekah, Jacob's mother. It happened after Jacob had departed to Mesopotamia that the spirit of Rebekah was grieved for her son, and she wept. Isaac said to Rebekah, My sister, weep not because of Jacob, my son, for he goes in peace, and in peace will he return. The Most High Elohim will preserve him from all evil, and will be with him. He will not forsake him all his days, for I know that his ways will be made to prosper in all things wherever he goes, until he returns in peace to us, and we see him in peace. Fear not on his account, my sister, for he is on the upright path, and he is a perfect man, and he is faithful and will not perish. Weep not. Isaac comforted Rebekah because of her son Jacob, and blessed him. Jacob went from the well of the oath to go to Haran on the 1st year of the 2nd week in the 44th Jubilee, and he came to Luz on the mountains, that is, Bethel, on the 1st new month of this week, and he came to the place at dusk, and turned from the way to the west of the road that is close. And that night he slept there, for the sun had set. He took one of the stones of that place as a pillow, and lay down under the tree, and he was journeying alone, and he slept. Jacob dreamt that night, and saw a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven, and he saw the messengers of Yah ascended and descended on it, and behold, Yah stood on it. And he spoke to Jacob and said, I am Yah Elohim of Abraham, your father, and the Elohim of Isaac. The land you are sleeping on I will give to you, and to your offspring after you. Your offspring shall be as the dust of the earth, and you will increase to the west and to the east, to the north and the south. And in you and in your offspring shall all the families of the nations be blessed. Behold, I will be with you, and will keep you wherever you go. I will bring you into this land again in peace, I will not leave you until I do everything that I told you." Jacob awoke from his sleep and said, "Truly this place is the house of Yah, and I did not know it." He was afraid and said, "I am afraid because this place is none other than the house of Elohim, and this is the gate of heaven, and I did not know it." Jacob got up early in the morning and took the stone that he had placed under his head and set it up as a pillar for a sign, and he poured oil on the top of it. And he called the name of that place Bethel, but the name of the place was previously Luz. And Jacob vowed a vow to Yah, saying, "If Yah will be with me, and will keep me in the way that I go, and give me bread to eat and clothes to put on, so that I come again to my father's house in peace, then Yah shall be my Elohim. And this stone which I have set up as a pillar for a sign in this place shall be Yah's house. And of all that you gave me, I shall give the 10th to you, my Elohim." Chapter 28. He went on his journey and came to the land of the east, to Laban, the brother of Rebekah, and he was with him. And Jacob served Laban for Rachel, his daughter, for 1 week of years. In the first year of the 3rd week of years, he said to him, "Give me my wife, for whom I have served you for 7 years." And Laban said to Jacob, "I will give you your wife." Laban made a feast, and took Leah his elder daughter, and gave her to Jacob as a wife, and gave Leah Zilpah for a handmaid. And Jacob did not know, for he thought that she was Rachel. He went into her, and saw she was Leah. And Jacob was angry with Laban, and said to him, "Why have you done this to me? Did I not serve you for Rachel, and not for Leah? Why have you wronged me? Take your daughter, and I will go. You have done evil to me." Jacob loved Rachel more than Leah, because Leah's eyes were weak, but her form was very beautiful. Rachel had beautiful eyes, and a beautiful and very voluptuous form. Laban said to Jacob, "It is not done that way in our country. We do not give the younger before the elder. And it is not right to do this, for thus it is ordained and written in the heavenly tablets, that no one should give his younger daughter before the elder. But the elder one is given first, and after her the younger. The man who does so will have guilt placed against him in heaven. And none is righteous that does this thing, for this deed is evil before Yah. Command the children of Israel that they not do this thing. Let them neither take nor give the younger before they have given the elder, for it is very wicked." And Laban said to Jacob, "Let the 7 days of the feast pass by, and I shall give you Rachel, that you may serve me another 7 years, that you may pasture my sheep as you did in the former week of years." On the day when the 7 days of the feast of Leah had passed, Laban gave Rachel to Jacob, that he might serve him another 7 years, and he gave Rachel Bilhah, the sister of Zilpah, as a handmaid. He served yet another 7 years for Rachel, for Leah had been given to him for nothing, since it was Rachel he wanted. And Yah opened the womb of Leah, and she conceived and gave birth to a son for Jacob. And he called his name Reuben, on the 14th day of the 9th month, in the 1st year of the 3rd week. But the womb of Rachel was closed, for Yah saw that Leah was hated and Rachel loved. Again, Jacob went in to Leah, and she conceived and gave birth to a 2nd son for Jacob, and he called his name Simeon, on the 21st of the 10th month, and in the 3rd year of this week. Again Jacob went in to Leah, and she conceived and gave birth to a 3rd son, and he called his name Levi, in the 1st new month in the 6th year of this week. Again Jacob went in to her, and she conceived and gave birth to a 4th son, and he called his name Judah, on the 15th of the 3rd month, in the 1st year of the 4th week. Because of all this, Rachel envied Leah, for she did not bear a child, and she said to Jacob, "Give me children." And Jacob said, "Have I withheld from you the fruits of your womb? Have I left you?" And when Rachel saw that Leah had given birth to 4 sons for Jacob, Reuben and Simeon, and Levi and Judah, she said to him, "Go in to Bilhah my handmaid, and she will conceive and bear a son for me." She gave him Bilhah, her handmaid, to wife. And he went in to her, and she conceived and gave birth to a son, and he called his name Dan, on the 9th of the 6th month, in the 6th year of the 3rd week. Jacob went in again to Bilhah a second time, and she conceived, and gave birth to another son for Jacob. And Rachel called his name Naphtali, on the 5th of the 7th month, in the 2nd year of the 4th week. When Leah saw that she had become sterile and could no longer have children, she envied Rachel, and she also gave her handmaid Zilpah to Jacob to wife. And she conceived, and gave birth to a son. And Leah called his name Gad on the 12th of the 8th month, in the 3rd year of the 4th week. He went into her again, and she conceived and gave birth to a second son. And Leah called his name Asher, on the 2nd of the 11th month, in the 5th year of the 4th week. Jacob went into Leah, and she conceived and gave birth to a son, and she called his name Issachar on the 4th of the 5th month, in the 4th year of the 4th week, and she gave him to a nurse. Jacob went in again to her, and she conceived and gave birth to 2 children, a son and a daughter, and she called the name of the son Zabulon, and the name of the daughter Dina, in the 7th day of the 7th month, in the 6th year of the 4th week. Yah was gracious to Rachel, and opened her womb, and she conceived and gave birth to a son, and she called his name Joseph, on the 4th new month, in the 6th year in this 4th week. In the days when Joseph was born, Jacob said to Laban, "Give me my wives and sons, and let me go to my father Isaac, and let me make a household for myself, for I have completed the years in which I have served you for your 2 daughters, and I will go to the house of my father." Laban said to Jacob, "Stay with me, and I will pay you wages, and pasture my flock for me again, and take your wages." They agreed with one another that he should give him as his wages those of the lambs and kids which were born spotted black and white. These were to be his wages. All the sheep brought out spotted and speckled and black, variously marked, and they brought out again lambs like themselves, and all that were spotted were Jacob's, and those which were not spotted were Laban's. 29. Jacob's possessions multiplied greatly, and he possessed oxen and sheep and donkeys and camels, and menservants and maidservants. 30 Laban and his sons envied Jacob, and Laban took back his sheep from him, and he envied him and watched him for an opportunity to do evil. Chapter 29. It happened when Rachel had given birth to Joseph, that Laban went to shear his sheep, for they were distant from him, a 3-day journey. Jacob saw that Laban was going to shear his sheep, and Jacob called Leah and Rachel, and spoke sweetly to them in order to convince them to come with him to the land of Canaan. For he told them how he had seen everything in a dream. All that Elohim had said to him was that he should return to his father's house, and they said, "To every place where you go, we will go with you." Jacob blessed the Elohim of Isaac his father, and the Elohim of Abraham his father's father, and he arose and placed his wives and his children on donkeys, and took all his possessions, and crossed the river, and came to the land of Gilead. And Jacob hid his intention from Laban, and did not tell him. In the 7th year of the 4th week, Jacob turned his face toward Gilead in the 1st month, on the 21st of it. Laban pursued and overtook Jacob in the mountain of Gilead in the 3rd month, on the 13th of it. And Yah did not permit him to injure Jacob, for he appeared to him in a dream by night. Laban spoke to Jacob. On the 15th of those days, Jacob made a feast for Laban, and for all who came with him, and Jacob swore to Laban that day. And Laban also swore to Jacob that neither should cross the mountain of Gilead to do evil to the other. He made a heap of stones for a witness there, wherefore the name of that place is called the heap of witness, after this heap. But before they used to call the land of Gilead the land of the Rephaim. The Rephaim were born giants whose height was 10, 9, 8, down to 7 cubits. Their dwelling place was from the land of the children of Ammon to Mount Hermon, and the seats of their kingdom were Karnaim and Ashtaroth, and Edrei, and Misur, and Baon. Yah destroyed them because of the evil of their deeds, for they were malevolent, and the Amorites were wicked and sinful. There are no people today who have committed the full range of their sins, and their life on the earth was shortened. Jacob sent Laban away, and he departed into Mesopotamia, the land of the east, and Jacob returned to the land of Gilead. He passed over the Jabbok in the 9th month, on the 11th of it. On that day Esau, his brother, came to him, and he was reconciled to him, and departed from him to the land of Seir. But Jacob dwelt in tents. In the 1st year of the 5th week in this Jubilee, he crossed the Jordan, and dwelt beyond the Jordan. He pastured his sheep from the sea of the heap to Bethshan, and to Dothan, and to the forest of Akrabim. He sent his father Isaac all of his possessions, such as clothing, and food, and meat, and drink, and milk, and butter, and cheese, and some dates of the valley. 4 times a year he sent gifts to his mother Rebekah, who was living at the Tower of Abraham. He sent the gifts between the times of the months between ploughing and reaping, and between autumn and the rain season, and between winter and spring. For Isaac had returned from the well of the oath, and gone up to the tower of his father Abraham, and he dwelt there apart from his son Esau. For in the days when Jacob went to Mesopotamia, Esau took to himself a wife Mahalath, the daughter of Ishmael, and he gathered together all the flocks of his father and his wives, and went up and dwelt on Mount Seir, and left Isaac his father at the well of the oath alone. And Isaac went up from the well of the oath, and dwelt in the tower of Abraham his father, on the mountains of Hebron. And that is where Jacob sent all that he did, send to his father and his mother from time to time, all they needed, and they blessed Jacob with all their heart and with all their soul. Chapter 30. In the 1st year of the 6th week, he went up to Salem, to the east of Shechem, in the 4th month, and he went in peace. Shechem, the son of Hamor, the Hivite, the prince of the land, carried off Dina, the daughter of Jacob, into the house, and he had sex with her and defiled her. She was a little girl, a child of 12 years. He begged his father and her brothers that she might be given to him as a wife. Jacob and his sons were very angry because of the men of Shechem, for they had defiled Dina, their sister. They spoke to them while planning evil acts, and they dealt deceitfully with them and tricked them. Simeon and Levi came unexpectedly to Shechem and executed judgment on all the men of Shechem, and killed all the men whom they found in it. They did not leave a single one remaining in it. They killed all in hand-to-hand battle, because they had dishonored their sister Dina. Let it not again be done from now on, that a daughter of Israel be defiled. Judgment is ordained in heaven against them, that they should destroy all the men of the Shechemites with the sword, because they had committed shame in Israel. Yah delivered them into the hands of the sons of Jacob, so that they might exterminate them with the sword, and execute judgment on them. That it might not again be done in Israel, that a virgin of Israel should be defiled. If there is any man in Israel who wishes to give his daughter or his sister to any man who is of the offspring of the Gentiles, he shall surely die. They shall stone him, for he has committed shame in Israel. They shall burn the woman with fire, because she has dishonored the name of the house of her father, and she shall be rooted out of Israel. Do not let an adulteress, and let no uncleanness be found in Israel, throughout all the days of the generations of the earth. For Israel is pure to Yah, and every man who has defiled it shall surely die. They shall stone him. For it has been ordained and written in the heavenly tablets regarding all the offspring of Israel. He who defiles it shall surely die. He shall be killed by stoning. There is no limit of days for this law. There is no remission and no atonement. The man who has defiled his daughter shall be rooted out from every corner of all Israel, because he has given of his offspring to Moloch, a pagan deity, the worship of which involved burning the child alive, and committed impurity and defiled his child. Moses, command the children of Israel, and exhort them not to give their daughters to the Gentiles, and not to take for their sons any of the daughters of the Gentiles, for this is abominable before Yah. It is because of this that I have written all the deeds of the Shechemites, which they committed against Dina, and placed them in the words of the law for you. I have also written how the sons of Jacob spoke, saying, "We will not give our daughter to a man who is uncircumcised, for that is a reproach to us. It is a reproach to Israel that anyone take the daughters of the Gentiles, for this is unclean and abominable to Israel. Israel will not be free from this uncleanness if it has a wife of the daughters of the Gentiles, or has given any of its daughters to a man who is of any of the Gentiles. There will be plague upon plague, and curse upon curse, and every judgment and plague and curse will come if he does this thing, or if they ignore those who commit uncleanness, or defile the sanctuary of Yah, or those who profane his pure name. If any of these happen, the whole nation together will be judged for all the uncleanness and profanation of this man. There will be no judging people by their position, and no receiving fruits, or offerings, or burnt offerings, or fat, or the fragrance of sweet odor from his hands. It will be unacceptable, and so warn every man and woman in Israel who defiles the sanctuary. For this reason, I have commanded you, saying, give this testimony to Israel. See how the Shechemites and their sons fared. See how they were delivered into the hands of 2 sons of Jacob, and they killed them under torture. It was counted to them for righteousness, and it is written down to them for righteousness. The offspring of Levi were chosen for the priesthood, and to be Levites, that they might minister before Yah, as we do continually. Levi and his sons will be blessed forever, for he was zealous to execute righteousness and judgment and vengeance on all those who arose against Israel. So they wrote a testimony in his favor of blessing and righteousness on the heavenly tablets in the presence of the Elohim of all. We remember the righteousness that the man fulfilled during his life throughout the years until 1,000 generations will record it. It will come to him and to his descendants after him, and he has been recorded on the heavenly tablets as a friend and a righteous man. All this account I have written for you, and have commanded you to tell the children of Israel, so that they will not commit sin, nor transgress the laws, nor break the covenant which has been ordained for them. They should fulfill it, and be recorded as friends of Elohim. But if they transgress and work unclean in any way, they will be recorded on the heavenly tablets as adversaries of Elohim, and they will be blotted out of the book of life. Instead, they will be recorded in the book of those who will be destroyed, and with those who will be rooted out of the earth. On the day when the sons of Jacob killed Shechem, it was written in the record in their favor in heaven that they had executed righteousness and uprightness and vengeance on the sinners, and it was written for a blessing. They brought Dina, their sister, out of the house of Shechem. They took everything that was in Shechem captive. They took their sheep and their oxen and their donkeys, and all their wealth and all their flocks, and brought them all to Jacob, their father. He reproached them because they had put the city to the sword, for he feared those who dwelt in the land, the Canaanites and the Perizzites. The dread of Yah was in all the cities that are near Shechem. They did not fight or chase after the sons of Jacob, for terror had fallen on them. Chapter 31. On the new month, Jacob spoke to all the people of his house, saying, purify yourselves and change your clothes, and let us get up and go to Bethel, where I vowed a vow to him on the day when I fled from Esau my brother. Let us do this because Elohim has been with me and brought me into this land in peace. You must put away the strange deities that you raise among you. They gave up the strange deities and that which was in their ears and which was on their necks, and the idols that Rachel stole from Laban, her father, she gave wholly to Jacob. And he burnt and broke them to pieces and destroyed them, and hid them under an oak which is in the land of Shechem. He went up on the 7th new month to Bethel, and he built an altar at the place where he had slept, and he set up a pillar there, and he sent word to his father, Isaac, and his mother, Rebekah. He asked to come to Isaac. There, Jacob wished to offer his sacrifice. Isaac said, let my son Jacob come, and let me see him before I die. Jacob went to his father Isaac and his mother Rebekah, to the house of his father Abraham, and he took 2 of his sons with him, Levi and Judah. Rebekah came out from the tower to the front of it to kiss Jacob and embrace him, for her spirit had revived when she heard, "Look, Jacob, your son has come." And she kissed him. She saw his 2 sons, and she recognized them. She said to him, "Are these your sons, my son?" And she embraced them and kissed them and blessed them, saying, "In you shall the offspring of Abraham become illustrious, and you shall prove a blessing on the earth." Jacob went into Isaac, his father, to the room where he lay, and his 2 sons were with him. He took his father's hand, stooped down, and he kissed him. Isaac held on to the neck of Jacob, his son, and wept on his neck. The darkness left the eyes of Isaac, and he saw the 2 sons of Jacob, Levi and Judah. And he said, "Are these your sons, my son?" "Because they look like you." He said to Isaac, "They were truly my sons, and you have seen that they are truly my sons." They came near to him, and he turned and kissed them and embraced them both together. The spirit of prophecy came down into his mouth, and he took Levi by his right hand and Judah by his left. He turned to Levi first and began to bless him first, and said to him, "May the Elohim of all, the very master of all the ages, bless you and your children throughout all the ages. May Yah give to you and your offspring greatness and great glory from among all flesh. May Yah cause you and your offspring to draw near to him, to serve in his sanctuary like the messengers of the presence of Yah, and as the pure ones. The offspring of your sons shall be for the glory and greatness and purity of Elohim. May he make them great throughout all the ages. They shall be judges and princes, and chiefs of all the offspring of the sons of Jacob. They shall speak the word of Yah in righteousness, and they shall judge all his judgments in righteousness. They shall declare my ways to Jacob and my paths to Israel. The blessing of Yah shall be given in their mouths to bless all the offspring of the beloved. Your mother has called your name Levi, and rightly has she called your name. You will be joined to Yah and be the companion of all the sons of Jacob. Let his table be your table, and let your sons eat from it. May your table be full throughout all generations, and let your food not fail in all ages. Let all who hate you fall before you, and let all your adversaries be rooted out and perish. Blessed be he that blesses you, and cursed be every nation that curses you." To Judah he said, "May Yah give you strength and power to put all that hate you under your feet. You and one of your sons will be a prince over the sons of Jacob. May your name and the name of your sons go out across every land and region. Then shall the Gentiles fear you, and all the nations and people shall shake with fear of you. In you will be the help of Jacob, and in you will be found the salvation of Israel. When you sit on the throne, which honors your righteousness, there shall be great peace for all the offspring of the sons of the beloved. Blessed be he that blesses you, and cursed be all that hate you, afflict you, or curse you. They shall be rooted out and destroyed from the earth." He turned, kissed him again, embraced him, and rejoiced greatly because he had seen the sons of his son, Jacob, clearly and truly. He stepped out from between his feet and fell. He bowed down to him and blessed them. He rested there with Isaac, his father, that night, and they ate and drank with joy. He made the 2 sons of Jacob sleep, the one on his right hand and the other on his left. It was counted to him for righteousness. Jacob told his father everything during the night about how Yah had shown him great mercy, how he had caused him to prosper in all his ways, and how he protected him from all evil. Isaac blessed the Elohim of his father Abraham, who had not withdrawn his mercy and his righteousness from the sons of his servant Isaac. In the morning, Jacob told his father, Isaac, the vow that he had made to Yah. He told him of the vision which he had seen, and that he had built an altar. He told him that everything was ready for the sacrifice to be made before Yah as he had vowed. He had come to set him on a donkey. Isaac said to Jacob his son, "I am not able to go with you, for I am old and not able to endure the way. Go in peace, my son. I am 165 years old. I am no longer able to journey. Set your mother on a donkey and let her go with you. I know that you have come on my account, my son. May this day be blessed on which you have seen me alive, and I also have seen you, my son. May you prosper and fulfill the vow that you have vowed. Do not put off your vow, for you will be called to account for the vow. Now hurry to perform it, and may he who has made all things pleased. It is to him you have vowed the vow. He said to Rebekah, Go with Jacob your son. And Rebekah went with Jacob her son, and Deborah with her, and they came to Bethel. Jacob remembered the prayer with which his father had blessed him, and his 2 sons, Levi and Judah. He rejoiced and blessed the Elohim of his fathers, Abraham and Isaac. He said, Now I know that my sons and I have eternal hope in the Elohim of all. Thus is it ordained concerning the 2. They recorded it as an eternal testimony to them on the heavenly tablets of how Isaac blessed his sons. Chapter 32. That night he stayed at Bethel, and Levi dreamed that they had ordained and made his sons and him the priests of the Most High Elohim forever. Then he awoke from his sleep and blessed Yah. Jacob rose early in the morning on the 14th of this month, and he gave a tithe for all that came with him, both of men and cattle, both of gold and every vessel and garment. Yes, he gave tithes of all. In those days, Rachel became pregnant with her son Benjamin. Jacob counted his sons starting from him and going to the oldest, and Levi fell to the portion of Yah. Levi was the 3rd son. 3 is the number of spiritual completeness. His father clothed him in the garments of the priesthood and filled his hands. On the 15th of this month, he brought 14 oxen from among the cattle, and 28 rams, and 49 sheep, and 7 lambs, and 21 kids of the goats to the altar, as a burnt offering on the altar of sacrifice. The offering was well-pleasing, and had a sweet odour before Elohim. This was his offering, done in acknowledgement of the vow in which he had promised that he would give a 10th, with their fruit offerings and their drink offerings. When the fire had consumed it, he burnt incense over the fire, and for a thank offering he sacrificed 2 oxen and 4 rams, and 4 sheep, 4 male goats, and 2 sheep of a year old, and 2 kids of the goats. This he did daily for 7 days. He, his men, and all his sons were eating this with joy during 7 days, and blessing and thanking Yah, who had delivered him out of all his tribulation and had given him his promise. He tithed all the clean animals and made a burnt sacrifice, but he did not give the unclean animals to Levi his son. He gave him responsibility for all the souls of the men. Levi acted in the priestly office at Bethel in the presence of Jacob, his father, in preference to his 10 brothers. He was a priest there, and Jacob gave his vow, and he gave a tithe to Yah again and sanctified it, and it became pure to him. For this reason it is ordained on the heavenly tablets as a law for the offering of the tithe should be eaten in the presence of Yah every year, in the place where it is chosen that his name should live and reside. This law has no limit of days forever. This law is written so that it may be fulfilled every year. The 2nd tithe should be eaten in the presence of Yah, in the place where it has been chosen, and nothing shall be left over from it from this year to the following year. In its year shall the seed be eaten until the days of the gathering of the seed of the year. The wine shall be consumed until the days of the wine, and the oil until the days of its season. All that is left of it, and all that becomes old, will be regarded as spoiled. Let it be burnt with fire, for it is unclean. Let them eat it together in the sanctuary, and let them not permit it to become old. All the tithes of the oxen and sheep shall be pure to Yah, and shall belong to his priests. They will eat before him from year to year, for thus is it ordained and written on the heavenly tablets regarding the tithe. On the following night, on the 22nd day of this month, Jacob resolved to build that place and to surround the court with a wall, and to sanctify it, and make it pure forever, for himself and his children after him. Yah appeared to him by night, and blessed him, and said to him, Your name shall not be called Jacob, but they will call your name Israel. And he said to him again, I am Yah, who created heaven and the earth, and I will increase you, and multiply you greatly, and kings shall come forth from you, and they shall be judged everywhere the feet of the sons of men have walked. 18. I will give to your offspring all the earth that is under heaven. They shall judge all the nations as they desire. After that, they shall possess the entire earth and inherit it forever. And he finished speaking with him, and he went up from him. Jacob watched until he had ascended into heaven. In a vision at night, he saw a messenger descend from heaven with 7 tablets in his hands, and he gave them to Jacob, and he read them, and knew all that was written on it that would happen to him and his sons throughout all the ages. He showed him all that was written on the tablets, and said to him, Do not build on this place, and do not make it an eternal sanctuary, and do not live here. This is not the place. Go to the house of Abraham your father and live with Isaac your father until the day he dies. For in Egypt you will die in peace, and in this land you will be buried with honor in the sepulchre of your fathers, with Abraham and Isaac. Do not fear. As you have seen and read, it shall all be. Write down everything that you have seen and read. Jacob said, Master, how can I remember all that I have read and seen? He said to him, I will bring all things to your remembrance. He ascended from Jacob, and Jacob awoke from his sleep. He remembered everything that he had read and seen, and he wrote down all the words. He celebrated there yet another day, and he sacrificed on that day, as he had sacrificed on all the former days. He called its name Addition, because this day was added, and the former days he called the feast. It was made known and revealed to him, and it is written on the heavenly tablets that he should celebrate the day, and add it to the 7 days of the feast. Its name was called Addition, because it was recorded among the days of the feast days, according to the number of the days of the year. In the night, on the 23rd of this month, Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died, and they buried her beneath the city under the oak of the river. He called the name of this place, the River of Deborah, and he called the oak of the mourning of Deborah. Rebekah departed and returned to her house, to his father Isaac. Jacob sent rams and sheep and male goats by her so that she should prepare a meal for his father, such as he desired. He followed his mother until he came to the land of Cabratan, and he lived there. Rachel gave birth to a son in the night, and called his name Son of My Sorrow, for she broke down while giving birth to him, but his father called his name Benjamin. This happened on the 11th day of the 8th month, in the 1st of the 6th week of this Jubilee. Rachel died there, and she was buried in the land of Ephrath, the same as Bethlehem, and Jacob built a pillar on the grave of Rachel, on the road above her grave. Chapter 33. Jacob went and lived to the south of Magdala-Eph. He and Leah, his wife, went to his father, Isaac, on the 10th new month. Reuben saw Bilhah, Rachel's maid, the concubine of his father, bathing in water in a secret place, and he loved her. He hid himself at night, and he entered the house of Bilhah at night. He found her sleeping alone on a bed in her house. He had sex with her. She awoke and saw that it was Reuben lying with her in the bed. She uncovered the border of her covering and grabbed him and cried out when she discovered that it was Reuben. She was ashamed because of him and released her hand from him, and he fled. Because of this, she mourned greatly and did not tell anyone. When Jacob returned and sought her, she said to him, I am not clean for you. I have been defiled in regard to you. Reuben has defiled me and has had sex with me in the night. I was asleep and did not realize he was there until he uncovered my skirt and had sex with me. Jacob was very angry with Reuben because he had sex with Bilhah, because he had uncovered his father's skirt. Jacob did not approach her again because Reuben had defiled her. And as for any man who uncovers his father's skirt, his deed is wicked greatly, for he is disgusting to Yah. For this reason, it is written and ordained on the heavenly tablets that a man should not lie with his father's wife and should not uncover his father's skirt. This is unclean, and they shall surely die together. The man who lies with his father's wife, and the woman also, for they have committed uncleanness on the earth. There shall be nothing unclean before our Elohim in the nation, that he has chosen for himself as a possession. Again, it is written a second time, "Cursed be he who lies with the wife of his father, for he has uncovered his father's shame." All the pure ones of Yah said, "So be it. So be it." Moses, command the children of Israel so that they observe this word. It entails a punishment of death. It is unclean, and there is no atonement forever for the man who has committed this. He is to be put to death. Kill him by stoning. Root him out from among the people of our Elohim. No man who does so in Israel will be permitted to remain alive a single day on the earth. He is abominable and unclean. Do not let them say, "Reuben was granted life and forgiveness after he had sex with his father's concubine, although she had a husband, and her husband Jacob, his father, was still alive." Until that time, the ordinance and judgment and law had not been revealed in its completeness for all. In your days it has been revealed as a law of seasons and of days. It is an everlasting law for all generations forever. For this law has no limit of days and no atonement for it. They must both be rooted out of the entire nation. On the day they commit it, they shall be killed. Moses, write it down for Israel that they may observe it, and do according to these words, and not commit a sin punishable by death. Yah, our Elohim, is a judge who does not respect persons, position, and accepts no gifts. Tell them these words of the covenant, that they may hear and observe and be on their guard with respect to them, and not be destroyed and rooted out of the land. For an uncleanness and an abomination and a contamination and a pollution are all they who commit it on the earth before our Elohim. There is no greater sin on earth than fornication that they commit. Israel is a pure nation to Yah, its Elohim, and a nation of inheritance. It is a priestly and royal nation, and for his own possession. There shall appear no such uncleanness among the pure nation. In the 3rd year of this 6th week, Jacob and all his sons went and lived in the house of Abraham, near Isaac, his father, and Rebekah, his mother. These were the names of the sons of Jacob, the firstborn Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, which are the sons of Leah. The sons of Rachel are Joseph and Benjamin. The sons of Bilhah are Dan and Naphtali, and the sons of Zilpah, Gad, and Asher. Dina is the daughter of Leah, the only daughter of Jacob. They came and bowed themselves to Isaac and Rebekah. When they saw them, they blessed Jacob and all his sons, and Isaac rejoiced greatly, for he saw the sons of Jacob, his younger son, and he blessed them. Chapter 34. In the 6th year of this week of the 44th Jubilee, Jacob sent his sons and his servants to pasture their sheep in the pastures of Shechem. The 7 kings of the Amorites assembled themselves together to fight against them and kill them. They hid themselves under the trees to take their cattle as booty. Jacob, Levi, Judah, and Joseph were in the house with Isaac their father, for his spirit was sorrowful, and they could not leave him. Benjamin was the youngest, and for this reason he remained with his father. The king of Taphu, the king of Aresa, the king of Seragan, the king of Selo, the king of Gaas, the king of Betheron, the king of Maanisakir, and all those who dwell in these mountains and who dwell in the woods in the land of Canaan came. They announced to Jacob, saying, "Look, the kings of the Amorites have surrounded your sons and plundered their herds." And he left his house, he and his 3 sons, and all the servants of his father, and his own servants, and he went against them with 6,000 men who carried swords. He killed them in the pastures of Shechem, and pursued those who fled, and he killed them with the edge of the sword. And he killed Aresa and Taphu, and Saragan, and Selo, and Amanisakir, and Gagaaz, and he recovered his herds. He conquered them, and imposed tribute on them that they should pay him 5 fruit products of their land. He built the cities of Robel and Tamnataris. He returned in peace and made peace with them, and they became his servants until the day that he and his sons went down into Egypt. In the 7th year of this week, he sent Joseph from his house to the land of Shechem to learn about the welfare of his brothers. He found them in the land of Dothan. They dealt treacherously with him and formed a plot against him to kill him, but they changed their minds and sold him to Ishmaelite merchants. They brought him down into Egypt, and they sold him to Potiphar, the eunuch of Pharaoh, the chief of the cooks and priest of the city of Elo. The sons of Jacob slaughtered a kid, and dipped Joseph's coat in the blood and sent it to Jacob their father on the 10th of the 7th month. They brought it to him in the evening, and he mourned all that night. He became feverish with mourning for Joseph's death, and he said, "An evil beast has devoured Joseph." All the members of his house mourned and grieved with him that day. His sons and his daughter got up to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted for his son. On that day, Bilhah heard that Joseph had perished, and she died mourning him. She was living in Kaphrateph, and Dina, his daughter, died after Joseph had perished. There were now 3 reasons for Israel to mourn in 1 month. They buried Bilhah next to the tomb of Rachel and Dina, his daughter. They were all buried there. He mourned for Joseph 1 year and did not cease, for he said, "Let me go down to my grave, mourning for my son." For this reason, it is ordained for the children of Israel that they should remember and mourn on the 10th of the 7th month. On that day, the news came which made Jacob weep for Joseph. On this day, they should make atonement for their sins for themselves with a young goat on the 10th of the 7th month, once a year, for they had grieved the sorrow of their father regarding Joseph his son. This day, once a year, has been ordained that they should grieve on it for their sins, and for all their transgressions, and for all their errors, so that they might cleanse themselves. After Joseph perished, the sons of Jacob took to themselves wives. The name of Reuben's wife is Adah, and the name of Simeon's wife is Adelba'ah, a Canaanite. The name of Levi's wife is Melchah, of the daughters of Aram, of the offspring of the sons of Terah. The name of Judah's wife is Betasuel, a Canaanite. The name of Issachar's wife is Hezakah, and the name of Zabulon's wife is Neeman. The name of Dan's wife is Eglah. The name of Naphtali's wife is Rasu'u of Mesopotamia. The name of Gad's wife is Makkah. The name of Asher's wife is Ijona. The name of Joseph's wife is Asenath, the Egyptian. The name of Benjamin's wife is Ijasaka. And Simeon repented, and took a second wife from Mesopotamia, as his brothers had done. Chapter 35. In the 1st year of the 1st week of the 45th Jubilee, Rebekah called Jacob, her son, and commanded him regarding his father and regarding his brother, that he should honor them all the days of his life. Jacob said, "I will do everything you have commanded. I will honor them. This will be honor and greatness to me, and righteousness before Yah. Mother, you know from the time I was born until this day, all my deeds and all that is in my heart. I always think good concerning all. Why should I not do this thing which you have commanded me, that I should honor my father and my brother? Tell me, mother, what perversity have you seen in me, and I shall turn away from it, and mercy will be on me." She said to him, "My son, in all my days I have not seen any perverseness in you, but only upright deeds. Yet I will tell you the truth, my son. I shall die this year. I shall not survive this year in my life. I have seen the day of my death in a dream. I should not live beyond 155 years. I have completed all the days that I have to live my life." Jacob laughed at the words of his mother, because his mother had said she should die. She was sitting across from him in possession of her strength, and she was still strong. She came and went, as she wished. She could see well, and her teeth were strong. No sickness had touched her all the days of her life. Jacob said to her, "If my days of life are close to yours, and my strength remains with me, as your strength, I would be blessed, mother. You will not die. You are simply joking with me regarding your death." She went in to Isaac and said to him, "I make one request of you. Make Esau swear that he will not injure Jacob, nor pursue him with intent to harm him. You know Esau's thoughts have been perverse from his youth, and there is no goodness in him. He desires to kill him after you die. You know all that he has done since the day Jacob, his brother, went to Haran until this day. He has forsaken us with his whole heart and has done evil to us. He has stolen your flocks and carried off all your possessions while you watched. When we asked him and begged him for what was our own, he did as a man, stranger, who was taking pity on us, giving a token like one giving alms to a beggar. He is bitter against you because you blessed Jacob, your perfect and upright son. There is no evil, but only goodness in Jacob. Since he came from Haran to this day, he has not robbed us of anything. He always brings us everything in its season. He rejoices and blesses us with all his heart when we take his hands. He has not parted from us since he came from Haran until this day, and he remains with us continually at home, honoring us. Isaac said to her, I also know and see the deeds of Jacob who is with us, how he honors us with all his heart. Before I loved Esau more than Jacob because he was the firstborn, but now I love Jacob more than Esau, for Esau has done many evil deeds, and there is no righteousness in him. All his ways are unrighteousness and violence. My heart is troubled because of all his deeds. Neither he nor his offspring will be exempt because they are those who will be destroyed from the earth and who will be rooted out from under heaven. He and his children have forsaken the Elohim of Abraham and gone after his wives' deities, and after their uncleanness and after their error. You told me to make him swear that he will not kill Jacob, his brother, but even if he swears, he will not abide by his oath. He will not do good, but evil only. If he desires to kill Jacob, his brother, then into Jacob's hands he will be given. He will not escape from Jacob's hands. Do not be afraid for Jacob, for the guardian of Jacob is great, powerful, honored, and praised more than the guardian of Esau. Rebekah called for Esau, and he came to her, and she said to him, I have a request of you, my son. Promise to do it, my son. He said, I will do everything that you say to me, and I will not refuse your request. She said to him, I ask you that the day I die, you will take me in and bury me near Sarah, your father's mother, and that you and Jacob will love each other, and that neither will desire evil against the other, but have mutual love only. Do this so you will prosper, my son, and be honored in all of the land, and no enemy will rejoice over you. You will be a blessing and a mercy in the eyes of all those that love you. He said, I will do all that you have told me. I shall bury you on the day you die near Sarah, my father's mother, as you have desired that her bones may be near your bones. Jacob, my brother, I shall love above all flesh. I have only one brother in all the earth but him. It is only what is expected of me. It is no great thing if I love him, for he is my brother, and we were sewn together in your body, and together we came out from your womb. If I do not love my brother, whom shall I love? I beg you to exhort Jacob concerning me and concerning my sons, for I know that he will assuredly be king over me and my sons. For on the day my father blessed him, he made him the higher and me the lower. I swear to you that I shall love him and not desire evil against him all the days of my life, but good only. And he swore to her regarding all this matter. While Esau was there, she called Jacob and gave him her orders according to the words that she had spoken to Esau. He said, I shall do your pleasure. Believe me that no evil will proceed from me or from my sons against Esau. I shall be first in nothing except in love only. She and her sons ate and drank that night, and she died, 3 Jubilees and 1 week and 1 year old on that night. Her 2 sons, Esau and Jacob, buried her in the double cave near Sarah, their father's mother. Chapter 36. In the 6th year of this week, Isaac called his 2 sons, Esau and Jacob, and they came to him, and he said to them, My sons, I am going the way of my fathers, to the eternal house where my fathers are. Bury me near Abraham my father, in the double cave in the field of Ephron the Hittite, where Abraham purchased a sepulchre to bury in. Bury me in the sepulchre I dug for myself. I command you, my sons, to practice righteousness and uprightness on the earth, so that Yah may do to you what he said he would do to Abraham and to his offspring. Love one another. Love your brothers as a man who loves his own soul. Let each seek how he may benefit his brother, and act together on the earth. Let them love each other as their own souls. I command and warn you to reject idols. Hate them, and do not love them. They are fully deceptive to those that worship them, and for those that bow down to them. Remember Yah Elohim of Abraham, your father, and how I worshipped him and served him in righteousness and in joy, that Elohim might multiply you and increase your offspring as the multitude of stars in heaven, and establish you on the earth as the plant of righteousness, which will not be rooted out to all the generations forever. And now I shall make you swear a great oath, for there is no oath which is greater than that which is by the name glorious, honored, great, splendid, wonderful, and mighty, which created the heavens and the earth and all things together, that you will fear him and worship him. Each will love his brother with affection and righteousness. Neither will desire to do evil against his brother from now on forever all the days of your life, so that you may prosper in all your deeds and not be destroyed. If either of you plans evil against his brother, know that he that plans evil shall fall into his brother's hand, and shall be rooted out of the land of the living, and his offspring shall be destroyed from under heaven. But on that day there will be turbulence, curses, wrath, anger, and he will burn his land and his city, and all that is his with a devouring fire, like the fire he sent to burn Sodom, and he shall be blotted out of the book of the discipline of the children of men, and he will not be recorded in the book of life. He shall be added to the book of destruction. He shall depart into eternal curses. Their condemnation may be always renewed in hate and curses and wrath and torment and anger and plagues and disease forever. My sons, this I say and testify to you, will be the result according to the judgment which shall come on the man who wishes to injure his brother. Then he divided all his possessions between the two on that day. And he gave the larger portion to him that was the firstborn, and the tower and all that was around it, and all that Abraham possessed at the well of the oath. He said, This larger portion I will give to the firstborn. Esau said, I have sold and relinquished my birthright to Jacob. Let it be given to him. I have nothing to say regarding it, for it is his. Isaac said, May a blessing rest on you, my sons, and on your offspring this day. You have given me rest, and my heart is not pained concerning the birthright, or that you should work wickedness because of it. May the Most High Elohim bless the man and his offspring forever that does righteousness. He stopped commanding them and blessing them, and they ate and drank together in front of him, and he rejoiced because there was one mind between them. And they went out from him and rested that day and slept. Isaac slept on his bed that day, rejoicing. He slept the eternal sleep and died 180 years old. He lived 25 weeks and 5 years, and his 2 sons, Esau and Jacob, buried him. After that, Esau went to the land of Edom, to the mountains of Seir, and lived there. Jacob lived in the mountains of Hebron, in the high place of the land in which his father Abraham had journeyed. He worshipped Yah with all his heart. He had divided the days of his generations according to the commands he had seen. Leah, his wife, died in the 4th year of the 2nd week of the 45th Jubilee, and he buried her in the double cave near Rebekah his mother, to the left of the grave of Sarah, his father's mother. All her sons and his sons came to mourn over Leah, his wife, with him, and to comfort him regarding her. He was lamenting her, for he loved her greatly after Rachel her sister died. She was perfect and upright in all her ways, and she honored Jacob. All the days that she lived with him, he did not hear from her mouth a harsh word, for she was gentle, peaceable, upright, and honorable. And he remembered all the deeds she had done during her life, and he lamented her greatly. He loved her with all his heart and with all his soul. Chapter 37. On the day that Isaac, the the father of Jacob and Esau, died, the sons of Esau heard that Isaac had given the elder's portion to his younger son, Jacob, and they were very angry. They argued with their father, saying, "Why has your father given Jacob the portion of the elder and passed you over, even though you are the elder and Jacob the younger?" He said to them, "Because I sold my birthright to Jacob for a small portion of lentils, lentil soup. And on the day my father sent me to hunt, catch, and bring him something that he should eat and bless me, Jacob came with deceit and brought my father food and drink. My father blessed him and put me under his hand. Now our father has caused Jacob and me to swear that we shall not devise evil plans against his brother, each other, and that we shall continue in love and in peace with each other, and not make our ways corrupt." They said to him, "We shall not listen to you to make peace with him. We are stronger than him, and we are more powerful than he is. We shall depose him and kill him, and destroy him and his sons. If you will not go with us, we shall hurt you also. Listen, let us send to Aram, Philistia, Moab, and Ammon. Let us take chosen men who are trained in battle, and let us go against him and do battle with him. Let us exterminate him from the earth before he grows strong." Their father said to them, "Do not go, and do not make war with him, or you shall fall before him." They said to him, "This is how you have acted from your youth until this day. You have continued to put your neck under his yoke. We shall not listen to these words." Then they sent to Aram and to Adoram to the friend of their father, and they also hired 1,000 chosen men of war. And there came to them from Moab and from the children of Ammon, those who were hired, 1,000 chosen men, and from Philistia, 1,000 chosen warriors, and from Edom, and from the Horites, 1,000 chosen warriors, and from the Kittim, mighty warriors. They said to their father, "Go out with them and lead them, or else we shall kill you." And he was filled with boiling anger on seeing that his sons were forcing him to go before them to lead them against Jacob, his brother. But afterward he remembered all the evil that lay hidden in his heart against Jacob, his brother, and he did not remember the oath he had sworn to his father and to his mother, that he would plan no evil against Jacob, his brother, all his days. Because Jacob was in mourning for his wife Leah, he did not know they were coming to battle against him until they approached the tower with 4,000 soldiers and chosen warriors. The men of Hebron sent to him, saying, "Look, your brother has come against you to fight. He has with him 4,000 men carrying swords, shields, and weapons." They told him this because they loved Jacob more than Esau. So they told him, for Jacob was a more gracious and merciful man than Esau. But Jacob would not believe until they came very near to the tower. He closed the gates of the tower, and he stood on the battlements and spoke to his brother Esau, and said, "Noble is the comfort you have come to give me concerning the death of my wife. Is this the oath that you swore to your father and again to your mother before they died? You have broken the oath, and on the moment that you swore to your father you were condemned." Then Esau answered and said to him, "Neither the children of men nor the beasts of the earth have sworn an oath of righteousness and kept it forever. Every day they lay evil plans one against another, regarding how they might kill their adversary or foe. You will hate my children and me forever, so there is no observing the tie of brotherhood with you. Hear these words that I declare to you. If the boar can change its skin and make its bristles as soft as wool, or if it can cause horns to sprout out on its head like the horns of a stag or of a sheep, then will I observe the tie of brotherhood with you. Like beasts separate themselves from their mother and fight. You and I have never been brothers. If the wolves make peace with the lambs and not devour or do them violence, and if their hearts are towards them for good, then there shall be peace in my heart towards you. If the lion becomes the friend of the ox and makes peace with him, and if he is bound under one yoke with him and plows with him, then will I make peace with you. When the raven becomes white as the raza, a white bird, then know that I have loved you and shall make peace with you. You will be rooted out, and your sons shall be rooted out, and there shall be no peace for you." Jacob saw that Esau had decided in his heart to do evil toward him, and that he desired with all his soul to kill him. Jacob saw that Esau had come pouncing like the wild boar, which charges the spear that is set to pierce and kills it, and yet does not even slow down. Then he spoke to his own people and to his servants, and told them that Esau and his men were going to attack him and all his companions. Chapter 38. After that Judah spoke to Jacob, his father, and said to him, "Bend your bow, father, and send forth your arrows and bring down the adversary and kill the enemy. You have the power to do it. We will not kill your brother because he is your kin and he is like you, so we will honor his life." Then Jacob bent his bow and sent forth the arrow and struck Esau, his brother, on the right side of his chest and killed him. And again he sent forth an arrow and struck Adaran the Aramean on the left side of his chest, and it drove him backward and killed him. Then the sons of Jacob and their servants went out, dividing themselves into companies on the 4 sides of the tower. Judah went out in front. Naphtali and Gad, along with 50 servants, went to the south side of the tower, and they killed all they found before them. Not one individual escaped. Levi, Dan, and Asher went out on the east side of the tower along with 50 men, and they killed the warriors of Moab and Ammon. Reuben, Issachar, and Zebulun went out on the north side of the tower along with 50 men, and they killed the warriors of the Philistines. Reuben's son, Simeon, Benjamin, and Enoch went out on the west side of the tower along with 50 men, and they killed 400 men, stout warriors of Edom and of the Horites. 600 fled, and 4 of the sons of Esau fled with them, and left their father lying dead, as he had fallen on the hill that is in Aduram. And the sons of Jacob pursued them to the mountains of Seir. And Jacob buried his brother on the hill that is in Aduram, and he returned to his house. The sons of Jacob crushed the sons of Esau in the mountains of Seir, and made them bow their necks so that they became servants of the sons of Jacob. They sent a message to their father to inquire whether they should make peace with them or kill them. Jacob sent word to his sons that they should make peace. They made peace with them, but also placed the yoke of servitude on them, so that they paid tribute to Jacob and to his sons always. And they continued to pay tribute to Jacob until the day that he went down to Egypt. The sons of Edom have not escaped the yoke of servitude imposed by the 12 sons of Jacob until this day. These are the kings that reigned in Edom before there was any king over the children of Israel until this day, in the land of Edom. And Balak, the son of Beor, reigned in Edom, and the name of his city was Danaba. Balak died, and Jobab, the son of Zara of Bosa, ruled in his place. Jobab died, and Asam, of the land of Teman, ruled in his place. Asam died, and Adath, the son of Barad, who killed Midian in the field of Moab, ruled in his place, and the name of his city was Avith. 18 Adath died, and Salman, from Amasekah, ruled in his place. Salman died, and Saul of Rehoboth by the river ruled in his place. Saul died, and Baalunan, the son of Achbor, ruled in his place. Baalunan, the son of Achbor, died, and Adath ruled in his place, and the name of his wife was Metabith, the daughter of Matarat, the daughter of Metabedzaab. These are the kings who reigned in the land of Edom. Chapter 39. Jacob lived in the land that his father journeyed in, which is the land of Canaan. These are the generations of Jacob. Joseph was 17 years old when they took him down into the land of Egypt, and Potiphar, a eunuch of Pharaoh, the chief cook, bought him. He made Joseph the manager over Potiphar's entire house, and the blessing of Yah came to the house of the Egyptian because of Joseph, and Yah caused him to prosper in all that he did. The Egyptian turned everything over to the hands of Joseph because he saw that Yah was with him and that Yah caused him to prosper in all that he did. Joseph's appearance was beautiful, and his master's wife watched Joseph, and she loved him and wanted him to have sex with her. But he did not surrender his soul because he remembered Yah and the words which Jacob, his father, used to read to him from the writings of Abraham, that no man should commit fornication with a woman who has a husband. For him, The punishment of death has been ordained in the heavens before the Most High Elohim, and the sin will be recorded against him in the eternal books, which are always in the presence of Yah. Joseph remembered these words and refused to have sex with her, and she begged him for a year, but he refused and would not listen. But while he was in the house, she embraced him and held him tightly in order to force him to sleep with her. She closed the doors of the house and held on to him, but he left his garment in her hands and broke through the door and ran out from her presence. The woman saw that he would not sleep with her, and she slandered him in the presence of his master, saying, "Your Hebrew servant, whom you love, sought to force me to have sex with him. When I shouted for help, he fled and left his garment in my hands. I tried to stop him, but he broke through the door." When the Egyptian saw Joseph's garment and the broken door, and heard the words of his wife, he threw Joseph into prison and put him in the place where the prisoners of the king were kept. He was there in the prison, and Yah gave Joseph favor in the sight of the chief of the prison guards, and caused him to have compassion for Joseph, because he saw that Yah was with him, and that Yah did all that he did to prosper. He turned over all things into his hands, and the chief of the prison guards knew of nothing that was going on in the prison, because Joseph did everything for him, and Yah perfected it. He remained there 2 years. In those days, Pharaoh, king of Egypt, was very angry at his 2 eunuchs, the chief butler and the chief baker. He put them in the prison facility of the house of the chief cook, where Joseph was kept. The chief of the prison guards appointed Joseph to serve them, and he served them. They both dreamed a dream, the chief butler and the chief baker, and they told it to Joseph. As he interpreted to them, so it happened to them, and Pharaoh restored the chief butler to his office, and he killed the chief baker, as Joseph had interpreted to them. But the chief butler forgot Joseph was in the prison, although he had informed him of what would happen to him. He did not remember to inform Pharaoh of how Joseph had told him about his dream, because he forgot. Chapter 40. In those days, Pharaoh dreamed 2 dreams in one night concerning a famine that was to be in all the land. And he awoke from his sleep and called all the magicians and interpreters of dreams that were in Egypt. He told them his 2 dreams, but they were not able to tell him what they meant. Then the chief butler remembered Joseph and told the king of him, and he brought him out from the prison, and the king told his 2 dreams to him. He said before Pharaoh that his 2 dreams were one. And he said to him, 7 years shall come, in which there shall be plenty in all the land of Egypt. But after that, 7 years of famine. Such a famine has not been in all the land. Now, let Pharaoh appoint administrators in all the land of Egypt, and let them store up food in every city throughout all the years of plenty, and there will be food for the 7 years of famine. And those of the land will not perish through the famine, even though it will be very severe. Yah gave Joseph favor and mercy in the eyes of Pharaoh. Pharaoh said to his servants, "We shall not find such a wise and prudent man like this man, because the spirit of Yah is with him." And he appointed Joseph the second in command in his entire kingdom, and gave him authority over all Egypt, and placed him on the 2nd chariot of Pharaoh to ride. And he clothed him with fine linen clothes, and he put a gold chain around his neck, and a crier proclaimed before him, Elwa Abira. And he placed a ring on his hand and made him ruler over all his house, and lifted him up before the people, and said to him, "Only on the throne shall I be greater than you." Joseph ruled over all the land of Egypt, and all the governors of Pharaoh, and all his servants, and all those who did the king's business, loved him, because he walked upright, because he was without pride and arrogance. He did not judge people by their position, and did not accept gifts, but he judged all the people of the land in uprightness. The land of Egypt was at peace before Pharaoh because of Joseph, because Yah was with him, and Yah gave him favor and mercy for all his generations, before all those who knew him and those who heard of him. And Pharaoh's kingdom was run efficiently, and there was no Satan, adversary, and no evil person in it. The king called Joseph's name Cephantophans, and gave Joseph the daughter of Potiphar, the daughter of the priest of Heliopolis, the chief cook, to marry. On the day that Joseph stood before Pharaoh, he was 30 years old. In that year, Isaac died. Things transpired as Joseph had said in the interpretation of Pharaoh's dream, and there were 7 years of plenty over all the land of Egypt, and the land of Egypt abundantly produced, one measure producing 1,800 measures. Joseph gathered food into every city until they were full of grain, and they could no longer count or measure it because of its multitude. Chapter 41. In the 45th Jubilee, in the 2nd week, and in the 2nd year, Judah took his firstborn a wife from the daughters of Aram, named Tamar. But he hated her, and did not have sex with her, because her mother was of the daughters of Canaan, and he wished to take him as a wife of the lineage of his mother, but Judah, his father, would not permit him to do that. The firstborn of Judah, was wicked, and Yah killed him. And Judah said to Onan, his brother, "Go in to your brother's wife, and perform the duty of a husband's brother to her, and raise up offspring to your brother." Onan knew that the offspring would not be his, but his brother's only, and he went into the house of his brother's wife, and spilt his seed, ejaculates, on the ground, and he was wicked in the eyes of Yah, and he killed him. Judah said to Tamar, his daughter-in-law, "Remain in your father's house as a widow until Shelah, my son, has grown up, and I shall give you to him as a wife." He grew up, but Betsuel, the wife of Judah, did not permit her son Shelah to marry. Betsuel, Judah's wife, died in the 5th year of this week. In the 6th year, Judah went up to shear his sheep at Timnah, and they told Tamar, "Look, your father-in-law is going up to Timnah to shear his sheep." And she took off her widow's clothes, and put on a veil, and adorned herself, and sat in the gate connecting the road to Timnah. As Judah was going along, he saw her, and thought she was a prostitute, and he said to her, "Let me come in to you." And she said to him, "Come in," and he went in. She said to him, "Give me my pay," and he said to her, "I have nothing with me except my ring that is on my finger, my necklace, and my staff which is in my hand." She said to him, "Give them to me until you send me my pay." And he said to her, "I will send to you a kid of the goats." And he gave her his ring, necklace, and staff, and she conceived him. Judah went to his sheep, and she went to her father's house. Judah sent a kid of the goats by the hand of his shepherd, an Adullamite, but he could not find her. So he asked the people of the place, saying, "Where is the prostitute who was here?" They said to him, "There is no prostitute here with us." And he returned and informed Judah that he had not found her. I asked the people of the place, and they said to me, "There is no prostitute here." He said, "If you see her, give the kids to her, or we become a cause of ridicule." And when she had completed 3 months, it was revealed that she was with child, and they told Judah, saying, "Look, Tamar, your daughter-in-law, is with child by whoredom." And Judah went to the house of her father, and said to her father and her brothers, "Bring her out, and let them burn her, for she has committed uncleanness in Israel." It happened when they brought her out to burn her, that she sent to her father-in-law the ring and the necklace, and the staff, saying, "Tell us whose are these, because by him am I with child." Judah acknowledged, and said, "Tamar is more righteous than I am. Do not let them burn her." And for that reason she was not given to Shelah, and he did not again approach her. And after that she gave birth to 2 sons, Perez and Zerah, in the 7th year of this 2nd week. At this time the 7 years of fruitfulness were completed, of which Joseph spoke to Pharaoh. Judah acknowledged the evil deed that he had done because he had sex with his daughter-in-law, and he hated himself for it. He acknowledged that he had transgressed and gone astray because he had uncovered the skirt of his son. And he began to lament and to supplicate before Yah because of his transgression. We told him in a dream that he forgave him because he supplicated earnestly and lamented and did not commit the act again. And he received forgiveness because he turned from his sin and from his ignorance, because he transgressed greatly before our Elohim. Everyone that acts like this, everyone who has sex with his mother-in-law, let them burn him alive with fire. Because there is uncleanness and pollution on them, let them burn them alive. Command the children of Israel that there should be no uncleanness among them, because everyone who has sex with his daughter-in-law or with his mother-in-law has committed uncleanness. Let them burn the man who has had sex with her with fire, and likewise burn the woman, so that Elohim will turn away wrath and punishment from Israel. We told Judah that his 2 sons had not had sex with her, and for this reason his offspring was established for a 2nd generation and would not be rooted out. For in single-mindedness he had gone and sought for punishment, namely, according to the judgment of Abraham, which he had commanded his sons. Judah had sought to burn her alive. Chapter 42. In the 1st year of the 3rd week of the 45th Jubilee, the famine began to come into the land, and the rain refused to be given to the earth. None whatsoever fell. The earth became barren, but in the land of Egypt there was food, because Joseph had gathered the seed of the land in the 7 years of plenty and had preserved it. The Egyptians came to Joseph that he might give them food, and he opened the storehouses where the grain of the 1st year was stored, and he sold it to the people of the land for gold. Jacob heard there was food in Egypt, and he sent his 10 sons that they should procure food for him in Egypt, and they arrived among those that went there, but Benjamin he did not send. Joseph recognized them, but they did not recognize him. He spoke to them and questioned them, and he said to them, "Are you not spies, and have you not come to explore ways to enter this land?" And he put them in custody. After that, he set them free again, and detained Simeon alone, and sent his 9 brothers away. He filled their sacks with corn, and he put their gold back in their sacks, and they did not know it. Joseph then commanded them to bring their younger brother, because they had told him their father was living, and also their younger brother. They went up from the land of Egypt, and they came to the land of Canaan. There they told their father all that had happened to them, and how the ruler of the country had spoken rudely to them, and had seized Simeon until they should bring Benjamin. Jacob said, "You have taken my children from me. Joseph is gone, and Simeon also is gone, and now you will take Benjamin away. I am the victim of your wickedness." He said, "My son will not go down with you, because fate may have it that he would fall sick." Their mother gave birth to 2 sons, and one has died, and this one also you will take from me. If, by fate, he took a fever on the road, you would turn my old age to sorrow and death. He saw that every man's money had been returned to him in his sack, and for this reason he feared to send him. The famine increased and became grievous in the land of Canaan, and in all lands except in the land of Egypt. Egypt had food because many of the children of the Egyptians had stored up their seed for food from the time when they saw Joseph gathering seed together and putting it in storehouses and preserving it for the years of famine. The people of Egypt fed themselves on it during the 1st year of their famine, but when Israel saw that the famine was very serious in the land, and that there was no deliverance, he said to his sons, "Go again and procure food for us, so that we will not die." They said, "We shall not go, unless our youngest brother go with us." Israel saw that if he did not send Benjamin with them, they would all perish because of the famine. Reuben said, "Give him to me, and if I do not bring him back to you, kill my 2 sons in payment for his soul." Israel said to Reuben, "He shall not go with you." Judah came near and said, "Send him with me, and if I do not bring him back to you, let me bear your blame all the days of my life." He sent him with them in the 2nd year of this week on the 1st day of the month. They all came to the land of Egypt, and they had presents in their hands of sweet spice, almonds, turpentine nuts, and pure honey. And they went and stood before Joseph, and he saw Benjamin, his brother, and he knew him, and said to them, "Is this your youngest brother?" They said to him, "It is he." He said, "Yah, be gracious to you, my son." And he sent Benjamin into his house, and he brought out Simeon to them. Joseph made a feast for them, and they presented to him the gifts that they had brought in their hands. They ate before Joseph, and he gave them all a portion of food, but the portion of food given to Benjamin was 7 times larger than any of theirs. and they ate and drank and got up and remained with their donkeys. Joseph devised a plan whereby he might learn their thoughts as to whether they desired peace or not. He said to the steward who was over his house, "Fill all their sacks with food. Place their money back in their vessels. Put my cup, the silver cup out of which I drink, in the sack of the youngest and send them away." Chapter 43. He did as Joseph had told him and filled all their sacks with food for them and put their money back into their sacks and put the cup in Benjamin's sack. Early in the morning they departed, and it happened that when they had gone from that place, Joseph said to the steward of his house, "Pursue them, run and seize them and say, 'You have repaid my kindness with evil. You have stolen from me the silver cup out of which my master drinks. Bring me back their youngest brother. Go, get him quickly before I go to my seat of judgment. Judge your guilt of disobeying an order.'" He ran after them and said the words as he was told. They said to him, "Elohim forbid that your servants should do this thing and steal any utensil or money from the house of your master, like the things we found in our sacks the first time we, your servants, came back from the land of Canaan. We have not stolen any utensils. How could we? Look here in our sacks and search, and wherever you find the cup in the sack of any man among us, let him be killed, and we and our donkeys will serve your master." He said to them, "Not so. If I find it, the man whose sack I find it in I shall take as a servant, and the rest of you shall return in peace to your house." He was searching in their vessels, beginning with the eldest and ending with the youngest, when it was found in Benjamin's sack. They ripped their garments in frustration and placed their belongings back on their donkeys and returned to the city and came to the house of Joseph. They all bowed themselves with their faces to the ground in front of him. Joseph said to them, "You have done evil." They said, "What shall we say and how shall we defend ourselves? Our master has discovered the transgression of his servants, and now we and our donkeys are the servants of our master." Joseph said to them, "I too fear Yah. As for you, go to your homes and let your brother be my servant, because you have done evil. I delight in this cup, as no one else delights in his cup, and yet you have stolen it from me." Judah said, "O my master, I pray you to let your servant speak a word in my master's ear. Your servant's mother had 2 sons for our father. One went away and was lost, and has not been found since. This one alone is left of his mother, and your servant our father loves him. He would die if the lad were lost to him. When we go to your servant, our father, and the lad is not with us, it will happen that he will die. We will have brought so much sorrow on our father, it will bring his death. Now rather let me, your servant, stay here as a bondsman to my master instead of the boy. Let the lad go with his brothers, because I will stand in for him at the hand of your servant, our father. If I do not bring him back, your servant will bear the blame of our father forever." Joseph saw that they were all in accord in doing good to one another. Then he could not refrain himself, and he told them that he was Joseph. And he conversed with them in the Hebrew tongue and hugged their necks and wept. At first they did not recognize him, and then they began to weep. He said to them, "Do not weep for me, but hurry and bring my father to me. See, it is my mouth that speaks, and the eyes of my brother Benjamin see me. Pay attention. This is the 2nd year of the famine, and there are still 5 years to come without harvest or fruit of trees or ploughing. You and your households come down quickly, so that you won't die because of the famine. Do not be grieved for your possessions, because Yah sent me before you to set things in order that many people might live. Tell my father that I am still alive. You see that Yah has made me as a father to Pharaoh, and ruler over his house and over all the land of Egypt. Tell my father of all my glory and all the riches and glory that Yah has given me. By the command of Pharaoh's mouth, he gave them chariots and provisions for the way, and he gave them all multicolored raiment and silver. He sent corn, raiment, silver, and 10 donkeys, that carried all of this to his father, and he sent them away. They went up and told their father that Joseph was alive and was measuring out corn to all the nations of the earth, and that he was ruler over all the land of Egypt. But their father did not believe it, because he was not in his right mind. But when he saw the wagons which Joseph had sent, the life of his spirit revived, and he said, "It is enough for me if Joseph lives. I will go down and see him before I die." Chapter 44. Israel took his journey from Haran's house on the 3rd new month, and he stopped at the well of the oath on the way, and he offered a sacrifice to the Elohim of his father Isaac on the 7th of this month. Jacob remembered the dream that he had at Bethel, and he feared to go down into Egypt. He was thinking of sending word to Joseph to come to him because he did not want to go down. He remained there 7 days, hoping fate would permit him to see a vision as to whether he should remain or go down. He celebrated the harvest festival of the first fruits with old grain, because in all the land of Canaan there was not a handful of seed in the ground, because the famine was affecting all the beasts, and cattle and birds, and all men. On the 16th Yah appeared to him and said to him, "Jacob, Jacob," and he said, "Here I am." And he said to him, "I am the Elohim of your fathers, the Elohim of Abraham and Isaac. Do not be afraid to go down into Egypt, because I will be there to make you a great nation. I will go down with you, and I will bring you up again. You will be buried in this land, and Joseph will put his hands on your eyes to close them in death. Do not be afraid. Go down into Egypt." And his sons got up and placed their father and their possessions on wagons. Israel got up from the well of the oath on the 16th of this 3rd month, and he went to the land of Egypt. Israel sent Judah before him to his son Joseph to examine the land of Goshen, because Joseph had told his brothers that they should come and live there so they could be near him. This was the best land in Egypt. It was near to him and suitable for all of the cattle they had. These are the names of the sons of Jacob who went into Egypt with Jacob their father: Reuben, the firstborn of Israel, and his sons Enoch, and Palu, and Hezron, and Carmi, making 5. Simeon and his sons Jemuel, and Jamin, and Ohad, and Jachin, and Zohar, and Shaul, the son of the Zephathite woman, making 7. Levi and his sons Gershon, and Kohath, and Merari, making 4. Judah and his sons Shelah, and Perez, and Zerah, making 4. Issachar and his sons Tola, and Phua, and Jasub, and Shimron, making 5. Zebulun and his sons Sered, and Elon, and Jaleel, making 4. These are the sons of Jacob and their sons whom Leah bore to Jacob in Mesopotamia, 6, and their one sister, Dina, and all the souls of the sons of Leah, and their sons, who went with Jacob their father into Egypt. 29 souls, and Jacob, making 30, were the number of people that went into Egypt. And the sons of Zilpah, Leah's handmaid, the wife of Jacob, who bore Jacob Gad, and Asher and their sons, who went with him into Egypt. The sons of Gad are Ziphion, and Haggi, and Shuni, and Esbon, and Eri, and Areli, and Arodi, which make 8 souls in total. The sons of Asher are Imnah, and Ishva, and Ishvi, and Beriah, and Sarah, and their one sister, which makes 6 in total. All the souls were 14, and all those of Leah were 44. The sons of Rachel, the wife of Jacob, are Joseph and Benjamin. There were born to Joseph in Egypt before his father came into Egypt, those whom Asenath, daughter of Potiphar, priest of Heliopolis, gave birth to, Manasseh and Ephraim. The wife and children of Joseph totaled 3. The sons of Benjamin, Bela and Becher and Ashbel, Gera and Naaman, and Ahi, and Rosh, and Muppim, and Huppim, and Ard, with Benjamin totaled 11. And all the souls of Rachel were 14. And the sons of Bilhah, the handmaid of Rachel, the wife of Jacob, whom she gave birth to, were Dan and Naphtali. These are the names of their sons who went with them into Egypt. The sons of Dan were Hushim, and Salmon, and Asudi, and Ijaka, and Salomon, all totaling 6. All but one died the year in which they entered into Egypt, and there was left to Dan only Hushim. These are the names of the sons of Naphtali, Jaziel, and Guni, and Jezer, and Shallum, and Av. And Av, who was born after the years of famine, died in Egypt. All the souls, offspring, of Rachel were 26. All the souls, offspring, of Jacob, which went into Egypt, were 70 souls. These are his children, and his children's children, in all 70. But 5 died in Egypt in the time of Joseph's rule, and they had no children. In the land of Canaan, 2 sons of Judah died, and Onan, and they had no children. And the children of Israel buried those who died, and they were counted among the 70 Gentile nations. Chapter 45. On the 4th new month, in the 2nd year of the 3rd week of the 45th Jubilee, Israel went into the country of Egypt, to the land of Goshen. Joseph went to meet his father Jacob in the land of Goshen, and he hugged his father's neck and wept. Israel said to Joseph, "Now that I have seen you, let me die, and may Yah Elohim of Israel, the Elohim of Abraham, and the Elohim of Isaac, who has not withheld his mercy and his grace from his servant Jacob, be blessed. It is enough for me to have seen your face while I am yet alive. Yes, this is the true vision which I saw at Bethel. Blessed be Yah my Elohim, forever and ever, and blessed be his name." Joseph and his brothers ate bread in the presence of their father and drank wine, and Jacob rejoiced with very great joy, because he saw Joseph eating with his brothers and drinking in the presence of him, and he blessed the Creator of all things, who had preserved him, and had preserved for him his 12 sons. Joseph had given his father and his brothers as a gift the right of dwelling in the land of Goshen and in Ramesses, and all of the region around it, which he ruled over in the presence of Pharaoh. Israel and his sons dwelt in the land of Goshen, the best part of the land of Egypt, and Israel was 130 years old when he came into Egypt. Joseph nourished his father and his brothers, and also their possessions, servants, with bread as much as they needed for the 7 years of the famine. The land of Egypt became available for purchase because of the famine, and Joseph acquired all the land of Egypt for Pharaoh in return for food, and he got possession of the people and their cattle and everything for Pharaoh. The years of the famine were completed, and Joseph gave the people in the land seed and food, that they might sow in the 8th year, because the river had overflowed all the land of Egypt. For in the 7 years of the famine, it had not overflowed, and had irrigated only a few places on the banks of the river, but now it overflowed, and the Egyptians sowed the land, and it produced much corn that year. This was the 1st year of the 4th week of the 45th Jubilee. Joseph took 1/5 of the corn of the harvest for the king, and left 4 parts for them for food and for seed. And Joseph made it a law for Egypt until this day. Israel lived in the land of Egypt 17 years, and all the days which he lived were 3 jubilees, 147 years, and he died in the 4th year of the 5th week of the 45th Jubilee. Israel blessed his sons before he died, and told them everything that they would go through in the land of Egypt. He revealed to them what they would live through in the last days, and he blessed them, and gave Joseph 2 portions of the land. He slept with his fathers, and he was buried in the double cave in the land of Canaan, near Abraham his father, in the grave which he dug for himself in the land of Hebron. And he gave all his books and the books of his fathers to Levi, his son, so that he might preserve them and replicate them for his children until this day. Chapter 46. It happened that after the death of Jacob, the children of Israel continued to multiply in the land of Egypt, and they became a great nation. And they were in one accord of heart, so that brother loved brother, and every man helped his brother. They increased abundantly and multiplied greatly, 10 weeks of years, all the days of the life of Joseph. There was neither Satan nor any evil in all the days of the life of Joseph after his father, Jacob, had died, because all the Egyptians respected the children of Israel all the days of the life of Joseph. Joseph died, being 110 years old. He lived 17 years in the land of Canaan, and 10 years he was a servant, and 3 years in prison, and 80 years he was under the king, ruling all the land of Egypt. he died, and so did all his brothers, and all of that generation. But he commanded the children of Israel before he died, that they should carry his bones with them when they left the land of Egypt. And he made them swear regarding his bones, because he knew that the Egyptians would not bring his bones out of Egypt, or bury him in the land of Canaan, because while dwelling in the land of Assyria, King Macamaran, the king of Canaan, fought against Egypt in the valley, and killed the king of Egypt there, and pursued the Egyptians to the gates of Erman. But he was not able to enter, because another king, a new king, had become king of Egypt, and he was stronger than he, Macamaran, and he returned to the land of Canaan, and the gates of Egypt were closed, so that none came or went from Egypt. Joseph died in the 46th Jubilee, in the 6th week, in the 2nd year, and they buried him in the land of Egypt, and all his brothers died after him. The king of Egypt went to war against the king of Canaan, in the 47th Jubilee, in the 2nd week, in the 2nd year, and the children of Israel brought out all the bones of the children of Jacob, except the bones of Joseph, and they buried them in the field in the double cave in the mountain. Then most of them returned to Egypt, but a few of them remained in the mountains of Hebron, and Amram your father remained with them. The king of Canaan was victorious over the king of Egypt, and he closed the gates of Egypt. 11. He devised an evil plan against the children of Israel to afflict them. He said to the people of Egypt, "Look, the people of the children of Israel have increased and multiplied more than we. Let us use wisdom and deal with them before they become too many. Let us make them our slaves before we go to war and they rise up against us on the side of our enemies. Before they leave and fight against us, let us do this because their hearts and faces, allegiances, are towards the land of Canaan." He set over them taskmasters to enforce slavery, and they built strong cities for Pharaoh, Pithom, and Ramses, and they built all the walls and all the fortifications which had fallen in the cities of Egypt. They enslaved them with harshness, and the more they were evil toward them, the more they increased and multiplied. And the people of Egypt despised the children of Israel. Chapter 47. In the 7th week, in the 7th year, in the 47th Jubilee, your father went out from the land of Canaan, and you, Moses, were born in the 4th week, in the 6th year of it, in the 48th Jubilee. This was the time of tribulation for the children of Israel. Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, issued a command ordering them to throw all their newborn male children into the river. And they threw them into the river for 7 months, until the day that you were born. It is said that your mother hid you for 3 months. She made an ark for you, and covered it with pitch and tar, and placed it in the reeds on the bank of the river. She placed you in it for 7 days. Your mother came by night and nursed you. By day Miriam, your sister, guarded you from the birds. In those days Tharmuth, the daughter of Pharaoh, came to bathe in the river, and she heard you crying. She told her maids to bring you out, and they brought you to her. She took you out of the ark, and she had compassion on you. Your sister said to her, "Shall I go and call you one of the Hebrew women to nurse this baby for you?" And she said to her, "Go." Your sister went and called your mother, Jochebed, and Pharaoh's daughter gave her wages, employed her, and she nursed you. Afterwards, when you grew up, they brought you to the daughter of Pharaoh, and you became her son. Amram, your father, taught you writing. After you had completed 3 weeks, 27 years, they brought you into the royal court. You were 3 weeks of years at court, until the time when you went out from the royal court and saw an Egyptian beating your friend who was of the children of Israel, and you killed him and hid him in the sand. On the 2nd day you came across 2 children of Israel quarreling together, and you asked the one who was doing wrong, "Why did you hit your brother?" He was angry and indignant and said, "Who made you a prince and a judge over us? Do you want to kill me like you killed the Egyptian yesterday?" You were afraid and you fled because of these words. Chapter 48. In the 6th year of the 3rd week of the 49th Jubilee, you fled and went to live in the land of Midian for 5 weeks and 1 year. You returned to Egypt in the 2nd week of the 2nd year, in the 50th Jubilee. You know what he said to you on Mount Sinai, and what Prince Mastema desired to do with you when you returned to Egypt. Did he, Mastema, not seek to kill you with all his power, and to deliver the Egyptians from your hand when he saw that you were sent to execute judgment and to take revenge on the Egyptians? But I delivered you out of his hand, and you performed the signs and wonders which you were sent to perform in Egypt against Pharaoh, and against all of his household, and against his servants and his people. Yah exacted a great vengeance on them for Israel's sake, and struck them through the plagues of blood, frogs, lice, dogflies, malignant boils, breaking out in pustules, the death of their cattle, and the plague of hailstones. He destroyed everything that grew from them by plagues of locusts, which devoured the remainder left by the hail, and by darkness, and by the death of the firstborn of men and animals. Yah took vengeance on all of their idols, and burned them with fire. Everything was sent through your hand, so you should declare these things before they were done. You spoke with the king of Egypt in the presence of all his servants and in the presence of his people, and everything took place according to your words. 10 great and terrible judgments came on the land of Egypt, so that you might execute vengeance on Egypt for Israel. And Yah did everything for Israel's sake according to his covenant, which he had ordained with Abraham. He took vengeance on them, because they had brought them by force into bondage. Prince Mastema stood against you, and sought to deliver you into the hands of Pharaoh. He helped the Egyptian sorcerers when they stood up and committed the evil acts they did in your presence. Indeed, we permitted them to work, but the remedies we did not allow to be worked by their hands. Yah struck them with malignant ulcers, hemorrhoids, and they were not able to stand. They could not perform a single sign because we destroyed them. Even after all of these signs and wonders, Prince Mastema was not put to shame, because he took courage and cried to the Egyptians to pursue you with all the power the Egyptians had, with their chariots and with their horses, and with all the hosts of the peoples of Egypt. But I stood between the Egyptians and Israel, and we delivered Israel out of his hand, and out of the hand of his people. Yah brought them through the middle of the sea as if it were dry land. Yah our Elohim threw all the people whom he, Mastema, brought to pursue Israel into the middle of the sea, into the depths of the bottomless pit, beneath the children of Israel, even as the people of Egypt had thrown their Israel's children into the river. He took vengeance on 1 million of them. In addition, 1,000 strong and energetic men were destroyed because of the death of the suckling children of your people, which they had thrown into the river. On the 14th day, and on the 15th, and on the 16th, and on the 17th, and on the 18th days, Prince Mastema was bound and imprisoned and placed behind the children of Israel, so that he might not accuse them. On the 19th day, we let them, Mastema and his demons, loose, so that they might help the Egyptians pursue the children of Israel. He hardened their hearts and made them stubborn, and the plan was devised by Yah, our Elohim, that he might strike the Egyptians and throw them into the sea. On the 14th day, we bound him that he might not accuse the children of Israel on the day when they asked the Egyptians for vessels and garments, vessels of silver, and vessels of gold, and vessels of bronze, in order to exact from the Egyptians a price in return for the bondage they had been forced to serve. We did not lead the children of Israel from Egypt empty-handed. Chapter 49. Remember the commandment that Yah commanded you concerning the Passover. You should celebrate it in its season on the 14th day of the 1st month. You should kill the sacrifice before evening. They should eat it by night on the evening of the 14th, from the time of the setting of the sun. Because on this night, at the beginning of the festival and the beginning of the joy, you were eating the Passover in Egypt, when all the powers of Mastema had been let loose to kill all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, from the firstborn of Pharaoh to the firstborn of the captive maidservant in the mill, and even the firstborn of the cattle. This is the sign that Yah gave them. In every house on the doorpost on which they saw the blood of a lamb of the first year, they should not enter to kill, but should pass by it. That all those should be exempt that were in the house, because the sign of the blood was on its doorposts. and the powers of Yah did everything as Yah commanded them, and they passed by all the children of Israel, and the plague did not come on them to destroy them, cattle, man, or dog. The plague was oppressive in Egypt, and there was no house in Egypt where there was not one dead, weeping and lamenting. All Israel was eating the flesh of the paschal lamb, and drinking the wine, and was praising, and blessing, and giving thanks to Yah Elohim of their fathers, and they were ready to get out from under the yoke of Egypt and the evil bondage. Remember this day all the days of your life. Observe it from year to year all the days of your life, once a year, on its day, according to all the laws of it. Do not forsake it from day to day, or from month to month. It is an eternal law, and engraved on the heavenly tablets regarding all the children of Israel, that they should observe it on its day once a year, every year, throughout all their generations. There is no limit of days, for this is a law forever. The man who is free from uncleanness, and does not come to observe Passover on the occasion of its day, and does not bring an acceptable offering before Yah to eat and to drink before Yah on the day of its festival, will be guilty. If he is clean and close at hand, near the temple, and does not come, he shall be cut off because he did not offer the offering of Yah in its appointed season. He shall take the guilt on himself. Let the children of Israel come and observe the Passover on the day of its fixed time. On the 14th day of the first month, between the evenings, from the third part of the day to the third part of the night. For 2 portions of the day are given to the light, and a third part to the evening. Yah commanded you to observe it between the evenings, and it is not permissible to kill the sacrifice during any period of light, but only during the period bordering on the evening, and let them eat it at the time of the evening, until the third part of the night. Whatever is left over of all its flesh from the third part of the night and onwards is to be burned with fire. They shall not cook it with water, boil or seethe it, nor shall they eat it raw, but roast it on the fire. They shall eat it with care, making sure its head, with the inwards and its feet, are roasted with fire, and they shall not break any bone of it. For of the children of Israel no bone shall be crushed. For this reason Yah commanded the children of Israel to observe the Passover on the day of its fixed time, and they shall not break a bone of it, because it is a festival day he commanded. There was no passing over from any other day or any other month, but on the exact day let the festival be observed. Command the children of Israel to observe the Passover throughout their days, every year, once a year on the day of its fixed time, and it shall be a memorial well-pleasing in the presence of Yah. And no plague shall come on them to kill or to strike in that year in which they celebrate the Passover, in its season, in every respect according to his command. And they shall not eat it outside the sanctuary of Yah, but before the sanctuary of Yah. And all the people of the congregation of Israel shall celebrate it in its appointed season. Every man 20 years of age and upward, who has come on the day of the Passover, shall eat it in the sanctuary of your Elohim before Yah. This is how it is written and ordained. They should eat it in the sanctuary of Yah. When the children of Israel come into the land of Canaan that they are to possess, set up the tabernacle, tent, of Yah within the land occupied by one of their tribes until the sanctuary of Yah has been built in the land. There, let them come and celebrate the Passover at the tabernacle of Yah, and let them kill it before Yah from year to year. When the house of Yah has been built in the land of their inheritance, they shall go there and kill the Passover in the evening at sunset at the third part of the day. They shall offer its blood on the threshold of the altar and shall place its fat on the fire, which is on the altar, and they shall eat its flesh roasted with fire in the yard of the house, which has been sanctified in the name of Yah. They may not celebrate the Passover in their cities, or any place except at the tabernacle of Yah, or before his house where his name has dwelt. They shall not stray from Yah. Moses, command the children of Israel to observe the ordinances of the Passover, as it was commanded to you. Declare to them every year the purpose and time of the festival of unleavened bread. They should eat unleavened bread for 7 days. They should observe its festival and bring an offering every day during those 7 days of joy before Yah on the altar of your Elohim. Celebrate this festival with haste as when you left Egypt and entered into the wilderness of Shur. because on the shore of the sea you completed it, the Exodus. Chapter 50. I made this law known to you the days of the Sabbaths in the desert of Sinai, between Elim and Sinai. I told you of the Sabbaths of the land on Mount Sinai, and I told you of the Jubilee years in the Sabbaths of years, but have I not told you the year of it until you enter the land which you are to possess? Keep the Sabbaths of the land while they live on it, and they shall know the Jubilee year. I have ordained for you the year of weeks, and the years and the Jubilees. There are 49 Jubilees from the days of Adam until this day, and 1 week and 2 years, and there are 40 years yet to come for learning the commandments of Yah, until they pass over into the land of Canaan, crossing the Jordan to the west. The Jubilees shall pass by until Israel is cleansed from all guilt of fornication, and uncleanness, pollution, sin, and error, and it dwells with confidence in all the land. There shall be no more Satan or any evil one, and the land shall be clean from that time forever. I have written down the commandment for them regarding the Sabbaths and all the judgments of its laws for you. 6 days will you labor, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of Yah your Elohim. You shall do no manner of work in it, you and your sons, and your menservants and your maidservants, and all your cattle and travellers also who lodge with you. The man that does any work on it shall die. Whoever desecrates that day, whoever has sex with his wife, whoever says he will do something on it, or he that will set out on a journey on it regarding any buying or selling, or whoever draws water on it, which he had not prepared for himself on the 6th day, and whoever takes up any burden to carry it out of his tent or out of his house, shall die. You shall do no work whatsoever on the Sabbath day, except what you have prepared for yourselves on the 6th day, to eat, drink, and rest. Keep Sabbath free from all work on that day. It is to bless Yah your Elohim, who has given you a day of festival and a pure day, and a day of the pure kingdom. This is a day for Israel among all their days forever. Great is the honor that Yah has given to Israel, that they should eat, drink, and be satisfied on this festival day. Rest on it from all labor, which belongs to the labor of the children of men, except burning frankincense and bringing offerings and sacrifices before Yah for days and Sabbaths. Only this work shall be done on the Sabbath days in the sanctuary of Yah your Elohim, so that they may atone for Israel with sacrifice continually from day to day, for a memorial pleasing before Yah, so that he may always receive them from day to day according to what you have been commanded. Every man who does any work on it, or takes a trip, or tills his farm, whether in his house or any other place, and whoever lights a fire, or rides a beast, or travels by ship on the sea, shall die. And whoever strikes or kills anything, or slaughters a beast or a bird, or whoever catches an animal or a bird or a fish, or whoever fasts or makes war on the Sabbaths, the man who does any of these things on the Sabbath shall die. This is done so that the children of Israel will observe the Sabbath according to the commandments regarding the Sabbaths of the land. It is written in the tablets, which he gave into my hands, that I should write out for you the laws of the seasons, and the seasons according to the division of their days. This completes the account of the division of the days.